Welcome to another SPbN production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community originating in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of young guru have traveled from Michigan to assist the Sept of the Evening Star in combating the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We are now offering for players to run or play in 20th Anniversary or Chronicles of Darkness games as well, so head on over and join our community today. Now, let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hi everyone, I'm Nikki, and tonight I will be playing Delphine Gaia Speaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hello, my name is Jay, and much like you probably feel like, I want there to be two boyfriends in this good old game of ours, and I'll be playing Forged from Failures, the Bonar Ruin.
Hi, I'm Nabbers, and I play the Sept's middle child, Quinn Kelly, the Ragamush Children of Gaia.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben, and I'll be playing Raymond, the Ghost Council of Philodox.
Howdy, hello, Internet. My name is Echo, and tonight I will be playing the littlest lupus-born Will-O-Wisp, the Galliard of the Children of Gaia.
Sorry, Jay, the best I can do for you is boyfriend and boyfriend's boyfriend, who you seem to hate. Anyway, let's get everybody caught up as to where we are now. Last week, we saw Forged meet with Charles and Stakes as soon as he arrived back in Florida with Cooper in tow. After reporting in the events of what happened up in Michigan, Forged was told he would have to make a choice, whether to leave the life of the guru and become a full-time father, or to allow Cooper to go to a Ghislaine family to have a normal childhood before their inevitable change, as it was revealed by Stakes that Cooper is in fact kin and will one day become Guru. However, Forge was able to spend the week with his child in advance of that decision to try and get some quality time in before making such a heavy choice. We then saw Delphine, Quinn, and Willow go for a walk in the woods, where Willow was going to open herself up and talk about her very, very troubled past. She also made a very important request of the other two gurus, saying she didn't want to be treated like a puppy anymore. This led to some conflict amidst the group, as Quinn felt a little bit called out by Willow and took offense to it. So there is some tension brewing within the pack at this moment. Then after the break, we saw Raymond and Delphine go to discuss everything that is behind the veil with Jordan. Well, almost everything, as Raymond revealed himself as a guru to Jordan by shifting into his lupus form. Jordan, of course, had a lot of questions, most of which were somewhat answered by the two guru, but then the issue of weaknesses came up, and the two guru got rather silent on the matter, leaving Jordan to have a little bit of curiosity and, well, nervousness about it, and would have to prepare for any possibility, as soldiers often do. Then finally, the pack as a whole came to learn about the fate of Juniper up in Michigan, as well as everything else that happened with Forged. And after some consoling, after some grief, they also discussed where they were going to go from here, but things left on a rather dour and sad note. That being said, let's see if we could turn things around this week with our first scene. Just kidding. Our first scene begins in Georgia, where Forged from Failures and Stakes Her Claim have come with Cooper in tow to bring him to the Georgia Sept to see about finding any Ghislaine families in the area that might be able to take Cooper in and raise him. How is Forged feeling about this decision, as well as the past week he spent with Cooper?
The time he spent with his child has been, I think, amazing for him. Fairly what happened to him the last few weeks and how everything been, all the effort, and he finally gets to have his time with his child back. And when he's with him, he kind of just puts off the thought of having to give him potentially to another family or stepping away from the life of a guru, because in that moment, being with Cooper, only thing that matters is that he has his son, that he's together with him. So he's been kind of putting off the thought for quite a while, and now that he's finally here, there's a bit of dread building up to him, and not wanting to quite give up his time just yet, feeling like he didn't have enough time.
So as you arrive in the farmlands surrounding Valdosta, Georgia, close to the border of Florida and Georgia, you see that it is an expansive farmland that is kind of placed or scattered with farms across the scene over rolling hills and sparse woodlands. Standing outside of the gate of this farmland, your mind can't help but think back to the last time you were at a farm like this. Sean's farm, the ranch, with the horses and everything that happened there. But pushing that out of your mind, sticking to the current matter at hand, you look down at Cooper, who babbles somewhat incoherently and starts reaching out towards some of the high crops that are starting to grow. Stakes, meanwhile, looks over at you and she says, "Last chance. Are you sure you want to go through with this?"
Forge lets out a sigh as he thinks about that question quite hard for a few seconds. I know I gotta help you guys out. I gotta make things better for him. If I can't just sit back and watch while everything dissolved into nothing and leave a world worse for him to come into.
I know it's a difficult decision, but it's the right decision. Guru that are raised in this life, they never turn out great. I've met 2 of them, and both of them, well, opposed in a lot of ways, almost opposites in a lot of ways. Both had a loss of innocence, a loss of connection to human beings. And I think it was for the worse for both of them.
Yeah, it's funny, I tell myself it's the right decision. I know it to be the better decision to do for him, for everything, but so that doesn't make it any easier. Feels like just still tempted sometimes, even now, to just run back to the car and drive back, but I know I can't. I just can't let myself do that.
This life is anything but easy. It's sacrifice and hardship, pain and loss. The time we spend before we change is what helps us stay grounded and focused. It's what gives us the motivation for the fight. And one day, the time is going to come where Cooper won't have a choice to give that up. It's just going to happen. The benefit we have is that we can be there before that day to help prepare him, but he deserves at least somewhat of a childhood until then.
Yeah, if it wasn't for him, the greatest blessing I could ask for, I probably would have lost my way much sooner and became, probably got executed or became much worse of a guru than I am now. It's my past life here, Cooper. It's the best thing I could ever ask for. And I hope that what I do can allow him to at least maybe not have to worry about the sacrifice as much or the pain. It will still be there, but maybe we can make it not so bad.
Now you have to use this motivation, this incentive, not be reckless, not do anything stupid, to not needlessly sacrifice yourself, because he's going to want to know you, and there's going to be no one better to guide him into this life than his father. So don't think of it as giving anything up. Think of it as saving it for later. Safeguarding it until the time that you need it most, and at the time he needs you most.
Just hope he will understand when the time comes. I know I can't sacrifice myself. I got 2 people I need to honor their memories of. We already gave up their life for mine. Be kind of throwing all that away just to sacrifice myself for some small, temporary thing. I at least got to make sure I'm going to do something good with my life before I can hang up the hat there.
It's easy to say that now. You have to remember that in the moment. when the choice comes to sacrifice or to withdraw, that's when you have to remember that. You can say it now, looking with all the time in the world in the face. But when it's time to make that choice, you need to be remembering this moment, remembering this choice, remembering what it would mean. Give all this up.
Right. It's always harder in the moment. You see Forge kind of open his mouth, say something doesn't quite come out. He closes his mouth, thinks about how he wants to ask this. Then he kind of realized there's no real easy way to ask this, so he's just gonna kind of blurt it out. Stakes, you've been kind of a mom to us all. How do you deal with knowing that we're, doing our own things? We're often about getting in danger and, losing one of us.
Gets a far off look in her eye as she almost relives the events of the last couple of weeks. If you had asked me a year ago, I would have said you were all fucking aggravating, that I'm tearing my hair out almost every single day. But I can say now that you have all become honorable guru, that I've watched you grow in front of my very eyes, and I'm proud of you. Proud of you for this decision. I'm proud of Juniper for her choice, because I don't believe it was reckless, and I don't believe it was made with any sort of vanity. I think she made it because it was the choice that needed to be made. And she gave up a future for herself to make sure you and Cooper could have a future. That wouldn't have happened a year ago.
Right. I definitely gotta stick around long enough until things are a lot better, and when he has this change, so I can see how much of a man he's grown into. Because I hope the apple falls a bit farther from this tree. I don't think that... Is it weird to hope that he's not like me that much, and also kind of hope that he is? Because I want him to retain, the charm, the strength, but I don't think I'd want him to have much else, have the baggage and the attitude.
I think he should be exactly like you, but like forged, not deadbeat. Not who you were, who you are. You are going to set an example for your son with everything you do going forward, because he's going to hear about it whether you're here to tell it or not. And it is your responsibility now that when he comes of age, he knows the story of his Aunt Juniper as well.
Which kind of gaze turns away from Stakes, kind of looking over these fields, these farms. Takes a deep breath. Man, Stakes, you... being a lupus born, you sure know how to say the right things sometimes, huh?
I've lost a lot, Forged. In just the past couple of years, I've had to watch most of those I considered family die I had to kill my own brother. I know just how important and precious this life is. And as a parent, she says kind of sarcastically to a certain degree, I know what I want for my children. And I wouldn't want them to suffer needlessly. I wouldn't want them to struggle or hurt the way all of you have. I guess you could say I've had to grow up rather quickly since meeting all of you.
Yeah, I think being around us would do that. Because Forge looks back to Stakes now. He's trying hard, but it's still very evident. He's like blinking a lot, looking up a little bit more up as there's some tears in his eyes. He's trying not to let fall. He has a small smile on his face. Yeah, I had to grow up a bit fast too, even though I was kicking and screaming the whole time. I'm glad I have you, Stakes. My brother made my family forget about me, so all I have left for family is you and the pack, and Cooper here, and made me realize how precious that is.
In the life of a guru, you have three families. The one you're born to, the one you choose, and the one that chooses you. All three of them are important. With what you said about what happened to your parents and your sister back home, it's easy to write them off as gone or no longer family, but that's not true. They still very much are your family. And even if they can't remember, you can remember how much you meant to them and what good they would want for you. And if they could remember, I think they'd also be very proud of you right now.
I guess you're right, Stakes. Maybe it's just a little too quick to write that off. Now, I guess this is kind of the point of whole reason why we got Galliards, huh? The importance of stories and memories. I never thought there was really much to it, but I think I realized that that's one of the most important things you can be remembered, and leaving something good behind that at least people can talk fondly about,
Memories have spirits also. And I believe if you want it bad enough, you could return their memories to them. Nothing is impossible when it comes to the life of the guru. It just depends on how hard you're willing to work for it and how much time you have. The elders just went into the lands of fairy and fantasy. Even I couldn't have predicted that. So if they can do that, what are you capable of? And what do you want?
Dangerous thing giving me hope like that, but
Hope is all we have, Forged. If you examine the reality of this situation, you will succumb to Hirano or Hoglosk immediately. Hope is what keeps us motivated, is what keeps us going. So as false as it may seem, as hopeless as it may seem, hold on to it, and hold on to it tight.
As we're, after hearing that, she looks up to the sky, to the clouds, enjoying the fresh air of the farm side, opposed to the, kind of not so fresh air of Ybor and Tampa, as he will, one arm with Cooper, the other arm he'll reach over and give a really tight half hug to Stakes. He says, I will.
She wraps an arm around you, pressing her head against your chest, being as short as she is in comparison to you. It's almost overly obvious. It looks like you have 2 children in this scenario instead of just 1. But she gives you a very tight squeeze, and you can feel all of the strength and power, but also protectiveness behind that hug. And as she pulls away, you actually see her quickly reach up and swipe something out of her eye before saying, so Terrence told me the man we are going to be meeting is named Malachi, that he is one of the elders of the Sept, the Philodox, and that he is going to make sure that Cooper is taken care of. She moves up to the farm gate, opening it, pulling it to the side, holding it open for both you and Cooper to walk in, and as you do so, she closes it behind you, and the 3 of you start up the long driveway to the farmhouse. As soon as you arrive, you see a man outside with a very, very big, bushy beard made of red hair, as well as a long, kind of unkempt red mane that falls down to his shoulders. He's wearing overalls, a button-up shirt underneath, and looks to be work boots on his feet, and he's tinkering with the tractor, making some repairs, possibly changing the oil, getting it ready for the planting season to come. And as you approach, he sets down his wrench into the toolbox and turns around to grab a rag, wiping off the oil and grease from his hands as he raises up a hand with a brilliant smile, very warm and welcoming. Hello there. Welcome.
You're, Malachi, I assume?
That's my name. Don't wear it out. Forged from failures and Dirk's acclaim, and this must be little Cooper. Terrence gave me warning that you were coming, and, well, I'm happy to see you, and I'm happy you made it. I take it the trip wasn't too rough for you?
No, just, a little bit of traffic in Tampa and kind of coming up, but that's the worst of it. You just know how it is.
Thankfully, I don't know how that is, so I'm just gonna take your word for it, but come on in. Why don't we have some tea? Get to talking. He leads you up onto a wooden porch and through a screen door into the farmhouse, and it's very quaint, very simple, and almost Spartan life, but there are signs of personality in some of the artwork that hangs on the walls, the various potted plants around the living space. He takes you into this cute, quaint little kitchen with a small table, clearly meant for 1, maybe 2, but it looks like he's pulled out a couple of extra chairs and set them up near the table. And there's a large pitcher of sweet tea that he pulls from the refrigerator and some glasses, and he starts pouring the tea. So, Why don't you tell me what I can do for you?
Forge taking his seat, giving a gracious nod. As he's kind of getting settled, he can't help but have one of his legs bouncing a little bit from a bit of nervousness, a bit of dread of what decision he has to make here. He'll say, my kid here, he's kin. Even this early, they're able to sniff it out, and from where I'm at, there's a whole lot of danger. Some vendors poking around, trying to get young kin, and I need a Ghislaine family to help take care of him, to watch him until he changes.
I see. Discovering a kin so young. That's a very rare thing indeed. And you can smell it this early. That means that they are in for a rather magnificent existence. For that kind of power to be coursing through them at this age, that's very foretelling. All right. Well, Terrence had inquired about some of the Ghislaine families that live up in our community, and we do have a few. In fact, I think I know just the place. And as you're bouncing your leg up and down, Cooper is looking, kind of tilting his head and looking at the bouncing knee, and starts reaching for it. And as you shift him over to the bouncing knee, he starts bouncing up and down, giggling wildly as you are giving him this like makeshift horsey ride on your bouncing leg. Malachi looks over and smiles with a very genuine, warm smile, and you can see the cracks at the corner of his eyes and mouth. And even though he could be mistaken for his late 30s, maybe even early 40s, he's actually only late 20s, almost 30 at this age. There's a family, the Joneses. They actually live not too far from here, just a farm plot over. We keep them close by to keep an eye on them, but try to interact with them as little as possible so that they can, well, have as much normalcy as they can. They bring us some food to the Caern from time to time, supply us with anything we need from their livestock, but they're a good sort, and they understand what it is to be involved in this side of things.
Forge will nod and look down to Cooper, and he says, "It seems like we're going to be leaving you with the farming life. I guess you'll be much of a harder worker than me. Much more harder worker than me."
Well, it's a good existence to have. If you're going to prepare yourself for this life, it's good to have a certain amount of discipline, but also a certain respect for Gaia and everything that she is.
And you said they don't really get involved with this kind of life as much, just sending supplies. They're not at danger of someone coming to them?
No, they are perfectly safe, and while they stand apart, we consider them family. We check in with them regularly, mostly with the parents, not with any of the children they have. They have 6 children, coming into a rather full household. But they're always willing to welcome in others. They've taken a few orphans, unfortunately, that have been made in our encounters, and all of them have had a very well-tended lifestyle. But the kids, they'll go to school, they'll have friends, yeah, they'll work the farm, but only as much as required.
Sounds pretty good. Forge said. There's a little bit of strain when he says that, as the pain of like, yeah, that sounds like a much better life than I could give him. It's just like a little bit of pain behind it, as he'll force a smile out.
Now, there is a matter that we should discuss. Your role in all of this. Because I have no doubt you're going to want to come to visit from time to time to check in with our dear little boy here. And that's all well and good. There's no difficulty with that. But what role you take in this boy's life, that's going to be an important matter to consider. Because while he should one day know of his connection to you, if he grows up wondering and thinking, especially when he gets to his tweens or teenage years, it's likely he'll come looking for you before he's ready.
So, I wanted to be able to visit him, so to be able, I know I need to get some business straightened out. The things down where we are very dangerous, and we have a lot of eyes on us. When I can deal with that and know that I can come visit without drawing any attention to you guys, I can make sure to visit him so he knows who his dad is. Knows that his dad has never forgotten him or abandoned him.
That's the matter to consider. Should he know you're his father this young? Or should it be something that he comes to know closer to his coming of age? Either choice is fine, but understand that certain risks come with it.
Forge will lean back in his seat as he fully contemplates that question of what he should do. The couple of thoughts come to his mind. The thought of Stakes talking about sacrifice, about memory being more what I hold on to and not as much, what everyone else thinks. And also the words of my brother saying that when I involve myself in something, I break it, I ruin it. As swallowing a big kind of glob of saliva, I think it would be better than if he didn't know. I can come in when things are better, and I can let him know about his father, so he doesn't come down when things are too dangerous.
I think that's for the best. And as you're saying this, you feel a small, weathered little hand slip into yours as Stakes reaches over and takes your hand and gives it a gentle squeeze. He'll know you fondly and affectionately. I will see to that and ensure that the family tells what stories they can of you to keep you familiar, to keep you present. But I think it would be best to take the role of uncle in the short term until such time as the truth can be revealed. I've found that children who grow up not knowing their parents, or knowing their parents but having been taken from them, often find themselves at risk of trying to seek out answers they're not necessarily prepared to hear. And, God forbid, if something bad were to happen to you, that would only make the matter worse.
Yeah, it would be best. And Forge squeezes Stakes' hand a bit harder. He'll say, it's alright if I leave something with him, though. It's a gift from his uncle.
Of course. In fact, I encourage you to send photographs maybe even voice recordings. We do want you to have a part in his life. I think that's important so that when the truth is inevitably revealed, he's not so taken aback by it. I do think that it's a wonderful idea. I just think that it is important to view the Joneses as his parents in the short term, so that in the long term he can have a good childhood, an honest upbringing.
He'll nod, and he'll take out of his pocket a rat plush that has been made for him and for Cooper. As he'll look down to Cooper. Hey, little guy, soon I won't be able to see you for a while, but a good friend of mine made this for you, and I want you to keep hold of it, okay? As a little remember me for now. I'll send you some more when things get a little better.
Cooper giggles and reaches out for the plushie, grabbing it by the tail and then just whipping it up and down as he's still bouncing upon your knee, the rat shaking wildly in all directions. Stakes and Malachi both look on with fond and warm smiles, Stakes continuing to hold your other hand. I know this is going to be difficult, and I think it would be best when you're ready for me to take him and introduce him to the Joneses. Not that you can't meet them eventually, you should, but they're going to be taking on a lot in this moment, and I think it would be best if they had some time to get to know him first.
Works with me. I'll actually... Weird that I was dreading to meeting them. I was kind of worried that if I saw them, something would make me change my mind or start getting protective about, him.
They are some of the kindest people I have ever known, which is why we work so hard to protect them. In a way, they're our hope for a better future.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. It's just once, taking my kid kind of in a way, not taken, but you know what I mean. Just
understood. They're strangers, and it's gonna feel like you're passing him somewhere unknown. And while that may be true, from one guru to another, they are one of the reasons I fight. They're everything I would want people to be. And I think if there were more people like them, this war wouldn't be happening.
talk about him. I'll have to meet him one day then. Sounds like
most
they're
certainly.
pretty good people.
Also, I look forward to orchestrating that meeting one day.
Deep breath, takes a large swig of the sweet tea, and he will nod. He'll kind of start standing up. He'll hold Cooper in his arms, staring down at him before giving him a firm hug. Nothing too tight, just holding him up to his chest. Part of him kind of hope that maybe he'll feel his heartbeat. Maybe he'll remember the heartbeat of his father, and never forget it.
As you clutch Cooper to you, he is so warm. He almost feels like a little heater against your chest. And he reaches up and tugs at your hair again with his free hand as he continues to swing the rat plushie around, batting it up against you every now and then. But in that moment, you feel your heartbeat match his. even if just for a moment, the two beating in time. Stakes watches you very carefully with her single eye, and that eye, which is normally very flat and emotionless, blunt and direct, is a flurry of activity. There's a little bit of sadness, a little bit of longing, and a lot of pride as she watches you. Eventually, go to pass Cooper over to Malachi, who's there with waiting arms. And as he takes the young boy in, Cooper immediately grabs his beard and gives it a really tough tug, and he goes, "Oof, oh, he's a strong one, all right." Ooh.
Yeah, I was gonna warn you about that when I got caught up in that. He could grab her. He likes grabbing hair. He like points. He probably already like just points to his own hair. Like I already had a handful taken out of mine, but.
Well, it only means he's going to be a very strong guru one day. Possibly one of the best of us. Well, before it gets too late, I should take him over to their house. If there's anything else you want to say before we go?
He'll squat down a bit more to be eye level with Cooper as he'll say, "Hey, little guy, I'll be leaving for a while, but I won't forget about you, okay? Just know that I always love you and I'll always be proud of you, no matter what you do. And make sure to say bye to Grandma Stakes over here, okay?"
Cooper looks kind of confused over at you and curious, but then says, "Da!" and then reaches out a hand in your direction.
Yeah, I'll match it with my finger to like kind of fill his whole hand, like a little handshake.
He grabs your finger and squeezes it and shakes it a few times before eventually letting go. Stakes reaches up and ruffles his hair, and he immediately grabs her wrist and shoves one of her fingers into his mouth. And she kind of gets wide-eyed and a little bit confused at first, but then chuckles and nods her head before she pulls her hand back away. Take care, Cooper. We'll be back soon. I'll see you outside, Jake says to you before turning and departing the farmhouse. Malachi gives you a warm smile and a nod. We'll be all right. Promise. You can consider that my oath as a guru.
There isn't a response from Forrest. He's just kind of staring Cooper in the eyes, kind of a smile on his face. Just happy to at least been able to save his boy. Or he'll exhale through his nose. Yeah, I'm sure he will be. Sure things will be great for him here. Thank you, Malachi. As he'll just go to shake his hand, give a nice firm handshake to him.
He gives you a handshake in response, and his hand is so large and weathered that it almost encompasses your entire hand, even though you're rather large yourself. And he gives you a firm but reassuring handshake. If something can be strong and gentle at the same time, you get that feel from the handshake you receive from him. He says, "Well, little guy, let's get to it." As you head out of the farmhouse, meeting Stakes on the porch, she's looking off in the distance, And she says, "You're doing the right thing. And it's not going to feel like it every day, but you are. And on days that it doesn't, come find me."
There isn't a response that comes from Forge. It's just the bittersweet feeling of doing what you know is the right thing, but still it's incredibly hard to do it, kind of overtaking him, and he'll also stare off in the distance for a few moments, hands on his hips, looking up, eventually looking down at his feet, nodding. Yeah, I appreciate Stakes. He'll just pat her on the back and start walking, like to let's go, and he'll start walking towards the car, knowing that if he stays here any longer, he might just turn back and grab his kid.
As the two of you head off, going back to the vehicle that brought you here, what's going through your mind after this very difficult decision, after saying goodbye to your son, at least for a while? What does Forge think?
Forge, like I said, feels very bittersweet, the feeling of doing something right, but knowing difficulty of doing it. He feels confident that these people can give Cooper a good life before his change, which makes it a bit more painful to know that these strangers could give him a better life than he could. She tried not to let weigh on him too much. She tried to be happy for his son, but it does sting a bit. He does also feel reassured that Stakes is with him too. Stakes kind of understanding these emotions as well, and the feelings of parenthood. So having someone who can also kind of share this load with him, help him, support him, makes this so much easier. Because if he didn't have her, he doesn't think that he could have made this choice or done this in the first place.
That's the beauty of a pack. The beauty of that third family. Those to share the load with, the load of the war for Gaia, the load of this separated existence from everything we know, the load of having to say goodbye. Doesn't necessarily make it easier, but it does make it lighter. And that is something to have at least a little bit of hope in, and a little bit of joy. But danger looms around every corner in the life of a guru. Thankfully, Cooper is not a guru yet. With that, we transition to our next scene. Our next scene begins in the depths of a swamp, in the bawn of the cairn, near the exterior, near the outer rim of the most protected place the guru in this area have. But this place feels anything but protected. There's a chill in the air despite the 80-degree temperatures. There's a darkness despite the fact that it is mid-afternoon. This is where the worm resides. This is where it thrives. But this is where you've been taking your lessons, Raymond, for some time. And with that, a little bit of the nervousness, the anxiety that comes with being here has slipped away. You felt yourself a little stronger, a little more sturdy. And the more and more Eliza has taught you, the more she's explained to you, you've come to understand the necessity of places like this, that it's part of the greater balance of things. If everything was beautiful and fruitful and lively, it would balance things towards the wild, and the balance would be all out of sorts yet again. With light, you need darkness. With life, you need death. The job of the Bane Tenders is to understand that necessity and to make the decision of when it's too much, when it needs to be contained, when it needs to be trapped. Because when a Bane is trapped, it doesn't just return to the spirit wilds to be born again, to bring back its evil and its wrath in its own way. No, it truly is trapped. However, on this particular occasion, Eliza has brought you for yet another test. As you have spent the last few days, maybe a week, learning the rite of binding, now is your time to enact such a rite. So as you stand in the swamp, high boots to keep you from getting your pant cuffs wet or from sinking too far into the very sticky, almost tacky mud, Eliza looks to you with a smile. Are you ready for this?
Ray will look to Eliza, and after the week-long training and the teachings and everything, he feels confident in this one test compared to the previous test that was given to me, my first test. And he will nod towards Eliza. Yeah, I think I'm ready. But I did kind of have a logistical question. How am I supposed to bind the spirits if I can't see them?
Well, that is an excellent question. Thankfully, I've already thought of that. She reaches into her satchel and pulls out a jar. And the jar looks like it's filled with a weird, sticky black paste. She unscrews the lid of the jar, and even in the swamp as she does so, you get a horrendous odor that attacks your nostrils. She dips her fingers into the jar of this noxious ointment, and then she reaches up, giving you a look before smearing it across your eyes and across your forehead. She then reaches in, taking another dab of it and wiping it across her own eyes and forehead. We're not gonna do it here. And then she starts to murmur, reaching out and taking your hands. And as she clutches them, she says, "Close your eyes tight."
Okay.
As you do so, you feel the wind start to pick up around you, that chill set in even more. And then eventually that chill makes its way to your very bones. That kind of chill that you get when you've been out in the winter snow for too long and your socks have gotten wet, even beneath your boots. That inescapable chill that clutches you to the core. And when you open your eyes again, the swamp seems much larger, much more foreboding and looming. the leafless branches reaching overhead, almost shielding out all light from above, blocking out the light of the sun or the moon or the stars. The muck of the swamp, which you know only to be maybe about 200, 300 yards across, now seems endless, stretching out through the trees beyond. And the noises. So many noises. Whispering, unintelligible words that feel almost vile to the ears to hear. It doesn't take long to realize that you have crossed over into the Umbra. And while you are in the Umbra of this very spot, the impression of it is much deeper, much broader, and more vast. She then reaches into her satchel once more and pulls out a small glass lantern. For a good binding, you need a good vessel. This is going to be your vessel. She passes the lantern over to you. Now, as I've told you, there are many ways to bind a spirit. Some will come willingly, others will fight you. But regardless of this case, your focus remains the same. Focus on the item. Focus on your intention. Speak the words that you have learned, and don't stop speaking them until the spirit is fully contained. You'll know when that happens, believe me. To stop short, to be interrupted, will disturb the entire process, and you'll have to start all over again. She passes the lantern over to you, and as you look to it, you can see that there is a pure white candle, maybe 2/3 of the way burned down, leaving just a small nub and a dripping of wax that has started to collect all around the base of it. She reaches over and pulls a tiny little latch which opens one of the glass panels of the lantern out. This is likely the panel you'd use for access to replace the candle or clean out the inside of the container. Are you ready?
Holding the lantern, looking at it and just inspecting it, I will, with my other hand, reach in to my pocket, and I'm going to pull out the chain that used to hold my dog tags. And I will also pass that over to the hand with the lantern, and then pull out a little knife. And I'm gonna slice my hand and kind of run the chain through the blood, and then nod to Eliza and say, "Yes, I'm ready."
Good. Now, Raymond, every time you've come here, throughout this entire process of training, your arm has started to itch from the moment you arrive till the moment you depart. That arm where the scar rests. The arm where Hashigat marked you. As you've prepared yourself with the chain, with the blood, with the lantern, with the focus, Eliza steps a few feet back, standing directly apart from you, maybe only 6 or 7 feet separating the two of you. And then she starts to make this almost vile retching sound. As she starts to puff and gag ever so slightly, And then after a moment, a black fog just comes emitting from her mouth as she expels out some kind of vile spirit from inside of her. The black fog hits the surface of the water and starts to coalesce, the water swirling with it, before it turns into this gray mass that seems to rise out of the smoke and the water, burbling and blubbering. Now, you've had a little bit of education on a variety of banes, and you know this to be called a gray mass. It is a bane of pollution and decay. A rather minor bane, all things considered. She's not throwing you into the deep end of the pool on your first attempt, but one not to be left untended for too long, especially in a place like this where it could continue to soak up power from the surrounding swamp, from the decay that's already here. As she finishes expelling it from her system, she takes a deep breath and swallows before saying, "All right, you know what to do." So go ahead and describe your version of this rite, and then make the glory and occult roll.
Okay. When the bane finally coalesces and manifests, I am going to take a knee and put the lantern in front of me, and then with the chain that is now coated in my blood, I'm going to slowly wrap it around my hand, like I'm in a way restraining the spirit, but using my body as the symbolism of that. And then I'm going to say, "Spirit, you have been judged, and this vessel will now be your prison. You have been deemed dangerous, and now you will be jailed for the indefinite future, and I will enact the rite."
So as you make this declaration, and you continue to murmur the words that you were taught by Eliza over and over again, these rites tend to take some time, usually upwards of 10 minutes or so to enact. However, there are ways to expedite the process if you so choose. However, it would be at a disadvantage to you. You can remove a dice to remove a minute of the process, or 2 minutes of the process, or you can take aggravated willpower damage to expedite the process. But in this particular instance, you're going to just take the whole 10 minutes as advised by Eliza, not to rush it, as it is your first attempt, and you don't need to do anything lasting or harmful. So, go ahead and make the roll.
Is Eliza technically assisting me, or am I doing it
Yes.
purely by myself? Okay.
Yes, you can add a rage dice and a normal dice to the roll.
Three successes?
So as you issue this right forward, you actually feel the bloody chain unwrap from your hand and reach out and snare the bane and start pulling it towards the lantern. The bane is fighting with everything it has, attempting to cling to the water, to the mud, to anything it can get its gelatinous form onto. But eventually you feel it just reeled in, almost like a fishing rod, into the lantern before it makes a sickening slurp and is popped off of the ground and into the lantern itself. Almost immediately, its gray mass mixes with the white candle wax inside of the lantern, causing this almost like these gray veins to break out through the wax. Instinctively and as instructed, you immediately slam the lid shut, the door shut on the lantern, and put the hinges in, put the latch in. With 3 successes, the Bane is bound for a year or chronicle.
Okay, then.
As it gets sucked up inside of it, Eliza gives you a nod and a warm smile of appreciation. Well done, my boy. Well done indeed. But don't get too cocky. This was an easy one. In the future, they're going to be much, much more difficult, especially some of the more violent ones. The masses aren't as violent as, say, a firmling, where you might be having to dodge balefire while also enacting such a rite. Now here's something very important. That lantern you have, that is its prison. Now it could be used to imprison other spirits by just exchanging the candle within. But what you're going to need to learn is how to create your own vessels. And these should be vessels that are difficult to break or difficult to dismantle, because should the vessel be damaged or broken, the spirit will escape once more. But as long as it remains intact, Bane will be housed. And as a Bane tender, once you learn how and gain the focus, you'll be able to communicate with such Banes without having to release them from their prison. You'd be surprised at the insight Banes have, but every time you speak to them, you open yourself up to the possibility that they may try to possess you. With weaker ones like this, it's more like a tingling in the back of the head that's easily shrugged off, but for the stronger ones, it could be more direct and more violent.
Picking up the lantern off of the ground and picking up my chain, putting it back in my pocket, and just staring at the now gray-white candle. I mean, I have experience speaking to Banes and having them try to twist words to make me do their bidding, so I can understand what you're saying.
Well, as long as you have that connection with Banes, it makes it a little bit easier for them. Don't take it for granted what you already know. But that's good. Then it won't be so startling when you start to hear the other voices or feel their presence. She again reaches out to you and begins the murmuring of transition once more as the rite of shadow passage takes place and you step back into the swamp. As you transition over, the swamp becomes less dark, less foreboding, less endless. And before you know it, you are standing once more in the swamp you had originally arrived in. At this point, she takes you back to the cairn, out of the mud. And as she arrives at the trailer, she holds out a hand for the lantern to take it from you and to store it within her trailer. Obviously, you have access as her apprentice of sorts at any time that you need to, but for safekeeping, better to keep it here than take it anywhere else. She then says, there's something else I'd like to show you. And she reaches through some materials and pulls out another object, which looks to be a glass orb. And looking at the orb normally, nothing seems too special about it. It's just a glass ball with some colorful swirled patterns that appear to be painted on the outside. But then she reaches in and pulls out a pair of circular spectacles. And she takes the two items outside and she places them down on one of the little tables that have been brought into the cairn for sitting at. When you become confident enough in the binding, banes can have many uses, as can other spirits. Now, thankfully, this is a willing spirit that I'm working with, so this process will be a lot more comfortable. She takes the orb and almost immediately shatters it on the table, the glass breaking into many shards. And then she reaches out a hand for something that isn't there and goes, don't go skittering off on me now. She then starts speaking once more, holding on to the spectacles and what appears to be some spiritual entity, though you can't see it. And as she does so, she takes her open hand and starts guiding it towards the spectacles. She then, almost at once, clasps both the spectacles and this entity at once. And after murmuring a few more words, she pulls her hand away, and the sunglass feature of the spectacles, which was red before, has now turned blue. She then holds out the circular framed sunglasses to you. A gift from me to you for being such a good student and learning so well on your first day. As you look at them, they look pretty standard, simple sunglasses. But then as you hold them up to your eyes, your view completely changes. You see the other side. You see the spirits roaming the cairn. You see the trees growing tall. These are called aura shades. And they should take care of that little issue you have of not being able to see spirits, so that you can bind them from this side.
Looking through the shades with a look of slight amazement for what I'm seeing for the first time, because I've always had it described to me via Delphine and Juniper, but I've never experienced this kind of view other than when we transported into the Umbra. And that was like specific areas that were, you know, the swamp, or when we were on a mission. So I wasn't really paying attention fully at that time, but being able to just see and look and actually fully study through these glasses, it's a little jarring. And after about a minute or so, I'll just move the glasses away.
Well, before that, as you're looking over, you weren't in the cairn very long before heading to the swamp. In fact, you kind of met and headed to the swamp almost immediately. You notice that in the center of the cairn is something that wasn't there before. A large rocky outcropping that had come out of the ground. But as you look at it with the glasses, a massive turtle spirit stands where that rocky outcropping is. Its shell is covered in what looks to be continental patterns and plants growing out of it. It is currently just kind of crouched down, its head laid upon the ground, its eyes slowly looking over the area before eventually falling upon you and just staring at you for a moment, realizing that you can see it as it can see you.
I will just kind of stare and then give a respectful nod towards the spirit.
Raises its head and bobs it up and down slowly before setting it back down upon the ground.
At that, I'll slowly lower the glasses. Thank you. I appreciate the gift. What's that tortoise? Turtle?
That is our new Caern patron, Turtle, the patron spirit of, well, a long extinct tribe, now returned to the world. Thus why we went into the dreaming.
Or were you able to bring him here to the Caern and
That is not a story for me to tell. You'll have to ask Jason about that. Or perhaps Jester. She's much more poetic.
Okay. Yeah, that was surprising.
Well, they had been trapped in the dreaming ever since they made a great sacrifice. And learning of this and knowing of their importance, for they are more than just a representation of a specific tribe. They are a representation of Earth itself. It became all the more important to return them to this world. This cairn, in fact, was originally built by their tribe a long time ago. So they're very comfortable and at home here, and it only seemed right for them to take some ownership over it upon their return.
Makes sense. So with these glasses, I can just pop them on and just see the Umbra whenever I want.
Well, it does take a little bit of effort to do so. You sort of have to activate it, but that's just a mere exertion of will to make it happen. A little bit of extra energy poured into it, but yes.
Yeah, this is a amazing gift. I kind of undersold it. This will be very helpful. Thank you, Eliza.
You can take it as a 4-dot talisman background.
Okay.
She looks to you and she says, "There's one other thing I want to show you, because one day you're going to need it, and that day is far sooner than I would like." She takes you back into the trailer and then moves to one side where there is this ornate box. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a key and undoes the lock of the box, removing it and pulling open the lid. And inside you see stacks of journals and books and ingredients, ritualistic ingredients. For a while now, I've been writing down everything that I can think of. Stories, rites, knowledge. Should anything ever happen to me, I want you to know that this is here. And I want you to make sure that this knowledge is never forgotten. Yes, there is the knowledge of bane tending, but there's much, much more inside of it as well. Knowledge that'll be useful to Jason and Delphine and the Sept as a whole. I don't want it to get lost.
Of course. I'll be sure if anything does happen that I will go through it and be sure that Delphine and Jason get what they need out of it, but I feel like this is more foreboding than it should be.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but I am getting up there in years, and Guru don't tend to last as long as I have. And every day is a gift, but any day could easily be my last. I feel like it's important for that kind of knowledge to be shared.
Yeah, I want to try to insight that. I feel like there's more than just I'm old.
Okay, roll me a wits and insight.
Am I at 1 rage?
Yeah, I'd say you're at one rage, yeah.
I'm going to spend a willpower. Six with a crit.
She is definitely hiding something. And she seems more certain than she should be about the end being soon. She is obviously covering some of it up with this talk of being old and being, past the prime of Guru, which is all true, to be fair, as most Guru don't make it past age 25, and she's probably in her late 50s, early 60s. But there is a foreboding quality to it, even though she is trying to mask and cover it up now.
Looking at Eliza and kind of giving her a look of, is that it? And then saying, you're not wrong. You are getting up there, and you are old for a Guru, but there's more than just that with this. You presenting me with this shows a little bit more than just, passing this on after you naturally go.
There is more. There always is. But nothing you need bother yourself with or trouble yourself with this time. What I want to tell you, Raymond, and this is very, very important. The decisions we make now, as Guru, they will have repercussions forever. And certain repercussions we must take accountability for. Certain errors, certain mistakes, certain choices. And to try and avoid or deny or hide from that accountability is just stalling a certain inevitability. And it's going to make it that much more difficult the longer you wait to face it. And eventually, it might have impact on others if you don't act.
Hearing that speech, Ray kind of looks down a little bit because that hits a little close to home with his decision with Jordan and with the repercussions and the consequences that came from withholding the truth for so long. And He's going to nod. Okay, I understand. I want to know, but I don't want to force you to tell me if you don't want to worry me about it.
Nothing is certain, Raymond, and that's why I don't discuss it. If I felt like it was if I was decided on the matter, I would say something. But at this particular moment, I just feel like it's better to be prepared for possibilities than to regret having not made those preparations. I've made a lot of enemies, Raymond. Spiritual and otherwise. That is one of the threats that comes with living as long as you do, and hearing talk of Black Spiral dancers, the cult. Well, I have enemies there too.
I do want to say, you always are helping us and teaching us and reaching your hand out to help us when we need it and when we require it, even if we don't ask for it. So I'm sure everyone here is willing to do that for you. I know I am. So if you need help, just let me know.
I appreciate that. There comes a time when you stop thinking in terms of yourself, start thinking in terms of everyone. As I said, I'm on borrowed time. I've outlasted the typical guru expiration date. And I don't take that for granted, but now I live for others and not for myself. Don't trouble yourself too terribly about this, Raymond. This is the ravings of an old woman facing inevitability. And one of the beautiful things about this place, as you've learned, is no one's ever truly gone who chooses to bind themselves here.
You're right. Even if something did happen, I know you would still be here. But
That's right.
I won't worry myself too much with it, but I will still worry.
I understand. I've got a lot more to teach you still. I just figured best to get this out of the way. At this point, she closes the trunk, locking it with the key again, and putting the key up on one of the shelves nearby. Just so you know where it is.
Got it. I have it right here memorized. And, you have a lot more to teach me, and I have a lot more to learn. So hopefully you stay around a lot longer than you think.
I'll do my best. That being said, why don't you take that working back and knees of yours out there and go enjoy what it is we're fighting for. I'm exhausted. Regurgitating a bane is no easy business.
I can't imagine that it is. But okay. I'll let you rest, and I'll go see what I can help with around the cairn.
As Eliza goes and lays down upon her bed within the trailer and you depart, what is Raymond thinking about after this entire experience and interaction?
Well, at first, Ray was a little happy and proud that he was able to successfully perform his first rite of binding. And the gift that Eliza gave him feels almost too much. I know it is needed to assist me, but it's a big gift. and he was thinking of how to maybe somehow repay her, but after showing him the strongbox with all the notes and the journals and all that stuff, and the talk of, her dying sometimes soon, sometimes not, you never know, the foreboding feeling, sitting in his chest, all that kind of waned a little bit. And now he's just kind of worried about what might happen next here for the Sept and the Caern. And he needs to start working a little bit harder to make sure that hopefully nothing bad happens.
Sometimes the best way we can pay someone back is simply continuing on their teachings, remembering everything they taught us, and keeping their memory alive. Doesn't make it easy, doesn't make it fun. But that's how Guru truly stay alive after they've passed, is in story and song and knowledge. How much knowledge has Raymond truly retained from his time with Eliza, and will he be able to carry it on in her absence? Thankfully, that's not a question we have to answer today. We now transition to our next scene. Our next scene begins the way many other scenes have begun when it comes to Delphine Gaia Speaker. She has a lot on her plate. Now, even more so with Forge returning from Michigan, Sans Juniper, and the preparation of a cairn, but also the preparation of a rite of remembrance. Can be at times too much for a single individual to bear. So it's nice when you have a guiding hand, a strong presence to help carry you forward, to advise you, to show you the way. And while Charles Albrecht at times can be all of those things, at most times it comes with a very stoic, stony, almost cold exterior, not the nurturing warmth that others may hope for in such an interaction. But Delphine, you've noticed in your time as Charles's protege a shift, a change, as if that icy exterior has melted more and more, just a little bit at a time, especially over the past several months. So as you go to seek your mentor out at the cairn, what's going through your mind?
A lot and very little. There is in the background of her mind, just everything that happened with Juniper, the last interaction she had with Forge before he left, feeling challenged by Ray recently, and then again the other night when Forge came back feeling challenged by Quinn, and she's feeling a little bit incompetent, even more so now that Juniper died over a mission that she approved, essentially, and allowed her packmates to go fulfill. So that's like that along with all of the thought process of the cairn, her duties to the Sept as the caller of the wild, her duties as a theurge, her duties as a pack leader, work, school, and all of it, just all of it. But she's like completely tampering it down with more work. She's keeping her brain occupied, just being like, if I stay busy, I don't have time to think about all of these stuff that is plaguing my mind and making me stressed the fuck out.
So as you approach Charles, you see that he's off to one side where it looks like several dropped logs have been constructed into these stands of sort, posts that are rising up with a platform base, a weighted base to hold it down. And you can see that he's actually wrapping rope around the base of it to help reinforce it or create some sort of padding. Now, these appear to be training posts, also known as pels at times, places to use practice weapons, to practice on technique and using those weapons effectively without having an actual human or living target to compete against. There's a rack set up nearby with a bunch of wooden carved swords, maybe even a couple of pole arms stacked up against it, awaiting use. He's clearly creating a training ground.
She'll walk up to Charles, making sure not to like come at him from behind, just because she's aware of how aware he is of his surroundings at all times. You don't sneak up on someone like Charles Albrecht. So she makes sure that when she comes up near him, she's coming within his line of sight. And she'll get his attention with a wave.
Finishes tying off the rope around one of these posts and pulls off the work gloves on his hands and says, Delphine?
Hey, few things actually. She'll just like give him some papers. Here's some reports for patrols from everyone lately, and I talked to everyone about the Caern already. We're gonna do gathering for the departed for Juniper at some point. I figured I'd wait till the others got back, but they're back now, so we should plan that for whenever they've got time as well. And also I need to talk to you about Jordan, because we talked to him and filled him in on stuff, and he's asking questions that I did not know the answer to about defending himself and weaknesses in supernaturals, and neither Ray or I knew what to tell him about that stuff. And then we got to go over some other patrols for later. She's just basically droning. She's going nonstop, just like listing a shit ton of stuff.
As you finally trail off, having listed off more things than any one person should be aware of at any given time, he just continues to stare at you. So how are you?
I'm fine. I'm dealing with it. I'm taking care of everything.
He stares at you with a skeptical gaze. Are you?
I have to deal with it. I have to be okay. Right?
When necessity calls for it, yes.
It's what we have to do. We have to be okay with things. You even told me that.
I've told you a great deal, Delphine, in a very short time. And it pains me to say I'm coming to learn more and more that I'm not right about everything. And that one of the most important things you need to do as a leader, as a guru, is feel. Process. And when you're ready, move on from what it is that's bothering you. To not feel is to inevitably not care. And to not care leaves a broken and destroyed path behind you. One that can often come back, stare you in the face, quite literally, in my case.
She pauses as he's speaking, just kind of stiffening a little bit, and her nostrils flare a little bit because she relies on him being just stable all the time. He's stable, everything's okay. Because if he's not bothered by anything, then we have a pillar of strength keeping everything supported. So she's been doing her best to emulate that, so that way she can support her pack right now and everyone. And hearing basically that being wrong mentality at times is not something she was expecting to hear. So she fingernails digging into the bed of her palm. She's just like, what do you want me to say? That you were right? I got her killed.
No. You didn't do anything.
I could have said no, Charles. You were right. Maybe I shouldn't have told Forged any of it.
I think we both know they would have gone anyway.
Not if I hadn't told him. I could have just not told him. Juniper would be alive.
As could I. But I didn't either. And I don't regret it. I feel the impact of that decision, certainly. But in the end, they succeeded in what they set out to do. And preventing them would have led to resentment, would have led to doubt, questioning of your capabilities.
My abilities are already being questioned. Ray wonders if I can even do this job whenever being as emotional as I famously have been in the past.
He gestures to the reports. Clearly you can.
By shutting it all out. That's how I learned to deal with things in this life. Watching you, watching Aspen, watching the leadership. You guys don't let it get to you.
Yes, we do. We just know when the right time is to feel it, to show it. Being a pillar of strength, something that the others can look to, is important when it's needed. But giving them something to relate to, something that they can understand. Knowing that you feel the weight of your decisions without letting it cripple you, without collapsing under that weight, that's the sign of a true leader. Making decisions without feeling, without compassion, that makes you a dictator. Yes, Juniper died. And in your tenure as a leader, others will too. But as long as they died doing something that's right, there are no regrets to be had. Because in that case, Who are you really sad for, them or yourself?
I feel guilty too. We had our issues, everything with my parents.
Maybe she's the better for it. Maybe it was that experience that led her to a place that she could do the right thing to save others. Long was she in denial of any wrongdoing when it came to your parents. And now she's done something selfless, protective, and caring for another. Would the Juniper of a year ago have done that?
The Juniper of a year ago probably would have, I don't know, gone by herself anyway.
Recklessly.
She would have thought we were incapable of doing what needed to be done, which back then she would have viewed as killing everyone and razing everything to the ground.
And she would have died anyway. But this time she would have done so stupidly in that instance, needlessly. Do you believe it was the right thing for them to go after that child?
I'm glad we have Forged back, and I'm glad his son is somewhere safe now, but I wish it hadn't happened. I don't think it was right or wrong.
It would have been wrong to try and prevent them. When one has their mind set to something, they are unshakable. And all it would have caused is harm. Because they would have gone in unprepared, not thinking, without the proper tools or knowledge they needed, and without knowing they had others supporting them, which would have likely made them more reckless.
And now we're down someone we really needed for this fight. They're
It
still
could have been
coming.
both. You gave them something to come back to. A sense of responsibility. Instead of a sense of resentment. The fist isn't always the answer. Sometimes you have to offer the palm.
I'm just worried about making a mistake again. I'm worried about getting someone killed again.
You're going to. But anyone in your position would.
If she just swallows hard and just shakes her head. Has I know that Aiden died, but has Aspen gotten anyone killed? This is my first real thing that I sent my packmates on, and it ended in a death. How, like... I'm questioning myself now.
Aiden died saving Aspen. So in a way, yes. Because anytime anyone dies when you're in charge, you are partially responsible. The difference is making sure that you don't feel fully responsible, because that dishonors their choices, their ability to choose. And in this case, the sounds of it, Juniper chose sacrifice.
I keep racking my brain wondering if there's something else I could have done to perhaps give them a better advantage. Maybe I should have gone with them, or maybe we all should have gone, or maybe I keep literally thinking hindsight, and it's being a bitch. And I don't know.
It is always easier to see things in hindsight, to second guess your choices. You could have all gone up there. Ray, under a rite of shame, unable to use all of his abilities, and giving away your position. 2 new members to your pack, completely uneducated as to your tactics and how your group works. And you, a new leader, still finding their footing. If that had happened, I think we would be burying more of you than we are now. Respect her choice. Respect his choice. We can only ready them as best as we know how. It's up to them after that.
I think you can relate to this based on the vibe I've gotten from you and getting to know you this past year, but I don't like it when I can't control things.
That, Delphine, is the truest definition of life as a guru that can be said. We cannot control everything. More often than not, we have to react in the moment, in our planning, in our preparation. And we have to be confident in our choices, regardless of outcome. Doesn't mean we don't mourn. Doesn't mean we won't apologize. But if you made the best decision with all the information you had at the time, there is nothing to regret.
I don't know why, but I felt more confident before helping people out, before I had the title of leadership tacked onto it. I don't know if that's a normal thing to feel.
Yes. And I think you are getting a better understanding of what Raymond had to go through. But You are not Raymond. The way you choose to lead differs vastly from him. Does it make either of you wrong? No.
All right, then. Wise elder, she gives him a little bit of a, like, like eyes are watery, but a little bit of a teasing smile. Then help me out with this one. I legitimately do not know what to do with Jordan. Ghislaine 101 wasn't something we had covered yet, so while we did fill him in as best we could, I didn't know what to do in regards to when he asked about how to defend himself against us.
Do you like Jordan?
I feel sorry for everything he went through, and he seems like a nice guy who didn't have to deal with that. I do feel bad not letting this guy in to all of the stupidness that is our life and our way of living, and not having the decency to at least tell him how to defend himself.
Do you think he is of value to your pack and the Sept?
I think he could be.
Do you believe he is still a threat to you?
I mean, technically, I think anyone could be a threat to us if they feel threatened. But I don't think he intends, at the very least, to cause us, and by us I mean me and Ray, at least for right now, direct harm. But he seemed nervous about the idea of living in a world that where vampires and werewolves were real. And he's got army training, and hunters are real, and that is a concern I thought about.
Giving him a reason not to trust you. If he is military trained, he is going to prepare regardless of what he knows. That element of control you spoke of earlier, it reflects. Been hearing this phrase going around the Cairn recently. To get vulnerability, you have to give vulnerability. To get trust, you have to give trust. If you want him to feel included, if you want him to be useful, you want him to contribute, you have to express some of that trust. Now, there was a time I would have said he wouldn't have even made it this far. He could have been dispatched when he was a Fomori. But we are in untread waters, and unusual times. And truthfully, if he genuinely wants to help, then he should be as prepared as possible so that he doesn't become another regret of yours.
She considers that for a moment, nodding a little bit as she looks down at the ends of her sleeves, fiddling with them a bit. You know, we thought you were a vampire.
Good. If he is an ally, treat him as an ally. If he is an asset, treat him as such. But know that if you only treat him as an asset, it will only last so long. People, Guru or human alike, don't like being used.
We tried reassuring him of that I was bad at comparisons, but I was trying to reassure him that we weren't trying to do that to him.
Then show it.
Are there any more like him around here?
Yes.
Do you think it would be helpful if they knew about each other?
Possibly. It might make them feel a little less alone or a little less detached.
If it's I don't, maybe could you ask Aspen if we could potentially put him in contact with some of them?
I will.
Might feel less nervous.
I will.
She like furrows her brow a little bit and then kind of glares at him and like just like that annoyed younger sibling sort of vibe, just like staring at him. When did you start getting all touchy-feely and vulnerable and stuff? You were like brick wall, and we were used to that.
When my lack of emotion was balanced out by all of the emotion. And when I learned just how wrong I had been. I hurt someone I had come to care for. Two, in fact. One I thought that was no longer alive, and turned out was. And another who had come to trust me and rely on me. It made me have to reconsider everything that I had been taught, everything that I had come to believe was the best I could be.
The one you thought was dead, Izzy?
Yes.
Is that why he's here?
Well, from what I've come to learn or understand is he came here to die by my hand, a glorious death. Something that, lucky for him, I didn't feel like giving at the time.
Delphine legitimately looks perplexed at that ideology because as strict and brutal as Charles could be, even in training, she could never picture him actively killing someone someone that's not considered a total enemy. So just the knowledge of that is not something that is settling in her brain. Just she thinks that she has very much an expression of that was a dumb idea.
He just nods his head in affirmation.
You don't do that. That's something an asshole does. You're not, you can be an asshole, but you're not an asshole.
If it came down to me or the safety of the Sept, I would have. But you're right. I don't consider myself a killer, especially needlessly.
She'll nod and then just look at everything that he's been assembling. Do you need any help?
Perhaps. Before we get to that, Delphine, there's something I want you to be aware of. One, you are a very capable leader. You need to trust yourself and trust everything that you've learned. if you could overcome an addiction as crippling as yours, you can lead this pack of Guru. In fact, I think that you're so strong and so capable that this next part is even more important.
She gives him a, like, she kind of like goes into a little bit serious expression just because she can sense it's a serious conversation, and just nods.
There is a very strong possibility, although I don't know the future and don't claim to, that I will have to leave.
Why? This is your home. You're bound here like me and like the others.
Didn't say it was forever, but for an undetermined amount of time. My mentor, my teacher, has come to Tampa. And he is attempting, or hoping, to take me back to Virginia, or to Vermont, to take up the crown as king of the Guru Nation.
I thought King Albrecht was still alive, though.
Apparently it's worse than we thought. And he has started to make some rather rash decisions that could potentially put the nation at risk.
Is that something you want to do, though?
No, but also I would not want to bring the wrath of the nation down upon this place either. And so I find myself pulled between two sides. Everything that I was and everything that I am.
She ponders what he's saying for a moment and listening, trying to listen logically instead, about everything that he said and about the king being worse than everyone thought. Well, what kind of rash decisions is he making? That, is it harmful rash? Or is it just harmful for him?
He's choosing inaction when action is called for. Alliances are breaking. The Septs are starting to drift apart. His lack of response to what happened in Michigan is a perfect example. He has, from what I can tell, given up the fight. And I've even heard tell that he has found a teenage stray and named them his heir.
She thinks about herself in this moment and putting leadership on someone so young, and then she's hearing the word teenager, so that she has to assume that this is someone even younger than her, and she's not in charge of the stuff, she's just in charge of one pack. Delphine is, and already she's overwhelmed and stressed. So the idea of a teenager being in charge of the entirety of the Guru Nation, she frowns at that and just shakes her head. That's not fair to that teenager.
No, it is not. Say what you will about how I was raised and the upbringing I had, but this is what I had been prepared for my entire life. And even I don't really want it, But if someone capable and even-keeled were to at least take up the position, maybe change could occur. Maybe the shattered nation as it stands now can become a place of greatness as it was before.
She gets a little sad as she thinks about this line of thinking currently in her head before speaking it out loud. I mean, we've already had seen just in history and just recently what incompetence can do.
Correct.
And we'd be hurting without you because you are our strongest Arun, and you're a pillar for a lot of us. I know Forge will never admit it, but he does look up to you. Like, I do too, but it probably would be smarter to have you than some stranger we don't know who can't handle the job.
Well, one way or another, I need to see for myself the state of things. A lot of this comes from rumor, and if I am being summoned and I refuse, I fear what reaction they will have. They already don't look kindly upon this place. To bring their full ire is to bring the potential of civil war.
Do you trust that he's being honest, your mentor?
One thing I will say about Iron Oath is his word truly is his bond. He has no reason to lie. And if he has made an oath to retrieve me, he will do whatever it takes to fulfill that oath.
She thinks for a moment. I mean, you could spread word of our renown at least, and maybe sway the opinion of the nation when it comes to us.
It could.
You guys brought Turtle back. That doesn't say that Gaia looks favorably upon what's happening here. I don't know what does. You literally brought back a extinct spirit.
2, actually.
Right. Forgot about the bat.
Don't get me wrong. I haven't made a decision as to what I'll do. There is a strong part of me that wants to tell the old man to go fuck himself. And his nation. But the last thing I want to do is bring harm to this Sept or anyone in it. Out of pride. Which is why this is a forewarning. That there may come a time you will have to stand on your own. I will not be here to support you. But know that I believe, truly, that you are capable.
She hangs her head a little bit because she while she understands, she doesn't like hearing it. Like, the Hellhounds and Delphine especially did not have the most smoothest of introductions to Charles, but in the time that they have been here, she has learned that he's not just the asshole who broke Borge's jaw, who put them through Spartan-like training, and then who put her in a literal dog collar and leash to teach her a lesson. he is also someone who does genuinely care about protecting this place and the people in it. So, and she just thinks on all of the words he has been telling her about respecting and honoring people's decisions and facing decisions confidently. And this is something, if he does make this decision, he will do it confidently, and she needs to and everyone in the Sept needs to respect it. So she'll nod to him. I hope it doesn't come. I really hope it doesn't come to it, but if you do have to go, we would miss you.
One way or another, I will come back. And as I said, no decisions have been entirely solidified as of yet. But as a leader, and as one who would call themselves my protege, it's important that you know the faith that I have in you and your potential, your capabilities. Delphine, don't be me. Be better than me.
She'll let that sit for just a few moments, and then raise her head, look him directly in the eye, and nod. I will.
I believe you. I'm constructing this training yard so that if I do leave, none of you go slack or get lazy.
Do we get the freight too?
That would be an Aspen decision, but it is in our possession, yes.
It's a good training exercise in hindsight, I have to admit.
You all certainly didn't think so at the time, but I agree.
Yeah, well, you drugged us and put us in there. Maybe we adjust it. We tell people they're going on a freight.
Perhaps. Now, let's get to work.
And she'll immediately look at his work and start pointing out that the knots could be tighter.
As we set about assisting Charles in continuing to construct the training yard, what's going through your mind after this discussion?
She feels a little bit lighter. She did need that talk. She did need the opportunity to vent, and she did need that little bit of a confidence boost. It wasn't an easy thing what happened, and I feel like it, no matter what, it would have shaked even Ray's confidence if he had been leader, what happened to Juniper. But she will bear it, she will learn from it, and she will try to do what people think that she can do, and try her best to make every decision confidently, and also start figuring out and learning that balance between logic and emotion.
The future is always uncertain, doubly so in the life of the guru. They can only do the best they can with what they're given at any time and hope that it means something. Hope that it makes a difference. Hope that it wasn't for nothing. Because hope is all they have. Without it, They would just become dancers themselves. You need emotion to have hope. But you need logic to be prepared for what comes next. The unknown. This is where we go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaboration with our partnered vendors, Chromatic Creations, Panchi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Champs Tramps, and Howl and Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpbynight.com. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our programs, you can do so at ko-fi.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling. Welcome back. As we return, we find ourselves in the woods surrounding the bawn of the cairn. Farther out from the center than Willow, even you have deigned to wander in your time of being here. Stakes or Claim has led you this far and even further as you go out for one of your soon-to-be repetitive jaunts through the woods. Eventually, you reach a point where she changes back into Hamid form, finds a log and sits down upon it, looking at you and then looking at the log in a gesture to invite you to sit.
Willow will just sort of like nod and sort of like half paw at the spot before being like, oh wait, yeah. And then shifting back very bodily into Hamid, lots of cracking bones.
Sucks, doesn't it? She says.
I'm starting to get used to it. It's just sometimes I forget that this is the preferred thing for the people around and that I have to do that.
As you look upon Stakes, she doesn't even look that much older than you, but she carries herself with so much experience and age that just makes her seem older. The scar that covers up the ruin of one of her eyes doesn't help the matter any, for certain. But really studying her, really looking at her, she can't be more than what humans would say is 16, 17 years old. Willow, you are so important to the Sept because you are a representation of, well, a dying breed. We both are. Fewer and fewer lupus borns are changing every year, and our natural territory is shrinking the more the humans continue to develop. Which is why it's even more important that we are a part of what the Guru do, what they are fighting for. Because they can only understand and know so much. They can only relate to us to a certain point, as we to them. We don't know what it's like to grow up human. We don't know what it's like to have a childhood, to have other humans who like us, dislike us. We don't know the dangers of their world as well as they do, and they certainly don't know the dangers of our world. We are all the more important because of it. Because there's something that we have that they are only beginning to understand. Instinct. We can tell predator from prey. We can tell the danger of a situation before we even arrive to it because we use all of our senses, whereas I've found humans tend to only use one or two, and pretty terribly at that. But from the sounds of it, you haven't felt comfortable with the idea of instinct. Is that right?
They sort of scratch behind the ear that's knocked with their hand, just reflexively. I haven't gotten to use any of that in quite a while due to the nature of my situation. So I haven't really the detecting predator from prey. I got good. I have that. But the other things are a little far away from me, and it's hard for me to grasp at something that just seems to keep moving out of my reach all the time. And it's becoming rather apparent to me that a lot of the other people who keep saying that they know lupus borns know only one kind of lupus born and do not know what to do with me. So it's sort of frustrating how people keep assuming I am one way, or I don't know certain things, or I should react in a certain way. And then when I don't meet that expectation, they just shrug or look at me like I've grown extra limbs, or when I try to have a communicative conversation, because that's what they like to do, where I tell them how I feel about the way they've been doing things, they just ignore me for 4 days straight and don't talk to me, even though I thought it was supposed to be the healthy thing to do, to talk to people about how you feel about things. It is very frustrating. People are very frustrating, and when I've been told I'm supposed to be joyous and ever present and a light in the darkness, it is hard to do that when people do not listen.
Why do you care?
If I do not care, then people will not hear what I am saying, and then my words will
No.
follow.
I'm not saying care about people. Why do you care if they don't like it or they don't take it well?
Because to be a pack, you have to have some form of understanding that is connective between all of us. It is that spirit of knowledge that we are all capable and we are all able to do things together as a unit, and that seems to refuse to grow with the new people I am with, including now someone I thought was interlocked with my spirit in a way that was irrefutable, that we had a tie deeper than anything else. And that seems to be frayed by me saying a few words. And it is very frustrating and confusing, and I just want things to make sense again.
Maybe I can help you make sense of it. Humans are emotional, broken, stupid creatures. We are smarter than them. We are better than them. We know better than them. They complicate things by bringing in all these emotions and beliefs and sensitivities, when in truth, the only sensitivities they should have are to their instincts. The pack dynamic isn't based off feeling. It's deeper than that. It's more important than that. It's being there to assist no matter what. Being there to accomplish, but also to survive. They try to make it so much more complicated than that. But in the end, we're all just trying to survive. Surviving a growing evolution, a dying planet, a war. It doesn't need to be more complicated than that. Here's something that it took me a long time to learn because I was like you. I didn't understand why they reacted to me the way they did. They treated me the way they did. What I learned was I can only control what I do. I can't control how they react. If they take offense to something that I didn't mean to offend them with, that's their choice. That's on them. And I can apologize for the offense, but sometimes I didn't do anything wrong. Their feeble, complex human brain made it wrong. Sometimes being direct is what's necessary for a situation. And I've found that humans don't like direct. They don't respond well to it. But it's still needed. It's still necessary. And we don't have the time to unpack all of the issues with bluntness or directness. And I don't even care to. If other guru are going to call me Pack, they are going to accept me for who I am, just as I accept them for their ridiculous ways. I understand showing concern, believing that your closeness has been frayed or interrupted by being honest, but it will break by lying or hiding it. The truth is the best policy. Always. And if they're going to let their pride or ego get in the way of that, that's on them.
Yes, it is. It is. Especially because I am not a very blunt guru. I try very hard to learn the big words and make myself sound wordy and good at them. I try very hard to make myself sound like I am educated, as they like to tell me that I need to sound. And then when I try to, with all of their big fancy words, explain in the nicest of terms, because that's important, how I feel about a thing, and then they still get upset, it makes me want to kick them in the balls.
Who are you doing it for, Willow? Them or you?
Them.
Why? There are other ways you can provide for them without completely turning into them, trying to impress them. If you don't want them to treat you like a dog, don't act like a dog, trying to get their approval all the time.
That sort of stops Willow in their tracks, and they sort of just sit back a little bit, sort of think about it.
Dogs are domesticated. We are wolves. We are not domesticated. We're smart. We're tactical. We know when to show our feral side and when not. because those are our instincts. But we are not dogs. We are not domesticated house pets seeking the approval of their masters. We demand and command respect, and if we're not given it, then we move on. You can't base your self-worth off of others, even if they've done good for you, even if they've helped you. They should do it because it's the right thing to do, not because of what you give them.
They sort of take a big deep breath at that and breathe it out. I felt very beholden to people because I was in a place that was dangerous, and then I felt like they had saved me. And that it was my job to pay that back.
Fuck that. They saved you because you needed saving and it was the right thing to do. You don't owe them a debt for that. We are not transactional, Willow. We don't have to pay back the good we do. Packs don't do that. You know, we all provide for each other, expecting nothing in return. You don't owe anyone anything. It was humans who did that to you.
They didn't look human, or not all of them did.
Well, that's more complicated, but regardless, the Weaver and the Worm did that to you. We are of the wild. We bring the wild to the group. They have their Weaver, and all of us have a bit of the Worm, but we are the wild, and the wild is not tamed.
I sort of get a little pumped up by that. Like, I need to get my wild back. I have been too bogged down in all of. I keep being taken to the city and being told I need to acclimate to the city and to the talking and the transactions and the insert card here nonsense. And I need to be more me and less people, because I am not people, and people keep trying to make me people, and I don't want to be people.
One of the only compromises I made with the humans was to wear clothes. I find them itchy and annoying, and I hate them. But I was told that if I walked around naked all the time, I would draw attention. The only acclimating you need to do is enough to survive an unknown situation. You don't need to change for them to be useful, to be helpful. You don't owe the humans anything. It doesn't mean you should hate them and disregard them, but you don't owe them. If anything, they owe us. They've taken and taken and taken from us, which means they've taken from Gaia. But I'm not here to talk like a red Talon. I'm just telling you, you were chosen for who you are, not for who they're trying to make you be.
And then it comes into, how do I still do that and make myself feel like I can just exist while still being true to my moon, which I think it was just the nation stuff at the start telling me all of the rules and stuff that was how I should be my moon, but I have no example of a version of my moon that is wild. All of it's written and songs on iPods and guitars and all of these people made props.
Do we tell stories before the change?
My mother was a very good storyteller. I know I could not communicate that way to my pack.
Why not?
They couldn't understand what I was saying, for one, unless they were all also in lupus the whole time, which I know most of them are probably not particularly happy about the concept of being, so...
They can understand you. They are choosing not to. Just as they expect us to learn, they need to learn. But the only one who's going to make them do that is you. If you're willing to teach, and if they care, they will learn. We tell stories, we sing songs in our howls, in our interactions. No more complicated than that. In turn, we'll learn the way they tell stories. And maybe sometimes we'll do it out of respect, not out of obligation.
But respect is earned. And I don't know that everyone has tried to earn mine yet. They all just assume I will give.
Yeah. That's fucked.
Yeah, it is fucked. They wouldn't even let me say curse words until I got here. That's fucked. And
That's
bullshit.
fucked. Yes. There is a certain expected respect that goes to the elders of this sept. And for a good reason. We wouldn't have a home here if it wasn't for them. We wouldn't have the safety here if it wasn't for them. So that is worthy of respect. But they still have to earn continued respect. Even if it's doing things that you don't like right away, like telling you the harsh truth, or making you fight, which you need to know how to do, because there are wolves that you are going to have to fight that aren't good and will kill you.
No, and I've been working on that, but I now also know that they are coming, and sooner than later, and I've been working on that. And
even one of them, and she points in the direction of the cairn, you might have to fight one of them. And you can't be afraid.
no, it was never fear that was the problem. It was feeling that it was my place under the alpha or under my betters to die for them.
Aspen is your alpha. Delphine is your alpha. The others are your equals.
Even Quinn?
Even Quinn. Especially Quinn.
And especially Quinn?
Yes. They have a lot to teach you, and you should learn and you should listen. But they are no more guru than you for having been at it longer. They just have knowledge you don't. But you have knowledge they don't. That makes them equal.
And there's been no give back. They haven't asked me any questions. Except, like, where are you from? And tell me all of your sad things. It's mostly that. No one's really thought about the thoughts I have and what I did before that. Everyone just cares about the big thing. And I don't want to think about the big thing anymore. I've told that story and I'm done telling it now.
That's another thing about humans. They get very wrapped up in all their bullshit, and it's hard for them to look outward. But it's not their fault. They were told that. They were taught that. They have lost instinct, Willow. Once upon a time, a long, long, long time ago, they had instinct, fight or flight, hunting, surviving. But as the Weaver has grown stronger and the wild has grown weaker, they've lost those instincts. They've been dulled. They've come reliant on other people or their technology. They are just animals, but they are domesticated animals, Willow.
They are. They domesticated themselves. That's
Yes.
so sad.
Yes. Which is why it's important that we have a voice at the table. Which is why it's important that we are represented and respected. Doesn't make them not worthy of respect. They are. But so are we. And we don't have to change to earn that respect.
Yeah. Fuck that. I deserve it because I'm equal to everybody else. And they keep seeing me as lesser. And then they keep saying people coddle me. So I tell those people to stop coddling me and they break down. So you know what? Fuck that. I'm going to do what I want to do. And they can eat my ass about it.
That's right. But also, you have to know when to be cute and when not. If you don't want them to treat you like a puppy, don't act like a puppy. Do I seem like somebody who acts like a puppy?
No.
Because I'm not. Does it mean I love them any less? No. They're my pups. They're my children. I found all of them and brought them together. But I don't have to roll over and show my belly and ask for scritches. Doesn't mean I'll turn them down if I get them. But I don't beg for their approval or affection or attention. I protect them, I care for them, and I'm there when they need me. That's all that should be expected of either of us.
Back in the bad place, if I didn't act docile, you got electrocuted. You got shocked and zapped and stabbed, which you still got stabbed anyway, but that's...
You aren't there anymore.
It's hard to break the habit. It's a very firm habit, reinforced with pain. Pain is a good reminder, unfortunately.
I understand. But you aren't there anymore, and you aren't alone. This isn't that place. They aren't those people. Because if they were, they wouldn't be Guru. And if they were, I probably would have killed them.
Hell yeah.
So trust, if they are here and they are accepted, they are good people who do not need that from you. They're going to get mad and they're going to get feelings. And sometimes you're going to have to apologize because you care to. Because you didn't mean to hurt them. But you can't control how they react. And changing yourself won't make that better.
Yeah,
And
no, I'm...
What is the new phrase you're learning?
Vulnerability.
No. Fuck that.
Fuck that. Yeah, fuck that.
Those people back where you were trapped, fuck that.
Fuck that. Yeah.
What they tried to turn you into, fuck that.
Absolutely 100% fuck that.
All you owe anyone is your desire to fight for Gaia. And your willingness and openness to fighting alongside them. Because they are kin. They are our family. Even if we come from different places, even if we had family before this, they are family also. But we don't need to change for family. They accept us for who we are, or they aren't really family.
Then what do I do about Forged? He seems to hate everything and everyone, and especially me and Quinn. And I know lots has just happened, and I've already tried to write the eulogy thing. And I haven't tried to poke the bear on that one, but still the same sort of vibe prevails his shape.
You know what I said about feelings and ego?
Yeah.
That's Forged in a nutshell. Problem is, he also has muscles too. And loves to make sure you know. But he also doesn't like weakness. If you let him push you around, he won't respect you. You need to push back. And maybe sometimes you're going to get a beating for it. But that doesn't mean you stop. That means he's testing you, trying you. Seeing if you can earn his respect. And in return, he will earn yours by not giving up on you.
That's the thing, I didn't. I was told after the fact that I had pushed a boundary there when I called him an asshole. But I doubled down, which it seemed he was goading me into a fight, but I did not back down. But he seems to still have that energy, like I have done something wrong.
You came at a bad time. That's not your fault. Forged is very much in his feelings right now, and for good reason. He had to give up a child. He had someone die in his place. Sacrifice themselves for him too, in fact. He is feeling a lot of big feelings right now, and he has worked very hard to become a good person. When I met him, he was an asshole, and I don't mean that fun or friend. He was a piece of human shit. But he's not anymore, and he's worked really hard not to be. So I think because he was all sensitive at that moment, you calling him that, they call it triggered something in him. But he's not always like that. And when he is, you just back off. Let him have his space. Let him cry it out or listen to whatever stupid music he's going to listen to. Let him drink himself stupid, and he'll be back to normal in no time.
Okay. Good. I just wanted to make sure that there was hope there. And that
There's hope.
wasn't just going to be a broken link in the chain, essentially.
What I want you to do is the next time you see Forged, I want you to go up to him and say, "Hey, I heard you're having a hard time. I'm sorry. If there's anything I can do, let me know."
Okay. I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. That's easy. I was probably going to do that anyway.
Yeah. And then you leave it at that and let him come back to you.
Okay. Cool. And then the Quinn situation is the other thing. That's the only other thing I have an issue with, is that he's avoiding me, and that's freaking me out, because clearly there's something wrong, and he doesn't want to talk to me about it, and that just pisses me off more.
Quinn is having a hard time adjusting. This is a new environment with new rules and new beliefs, and it's a lot of things that he and I was taught not to believe, was taught was wrong. On top of that, his ability as a kin seeker was called into question.
What? When?
When he went to meet with Aspen and me about becoming a kin seeker again.
He didn't tell me that. Why didn't he tell me that?
Probably because he's all up in his stupid human feelings.
Stupid fucking human feelings. Just fuck them. What? Who needs them? Why do we have them? That seems
I know.
stupid. Let's just not do that anymore. Let's just not.
I know. But we can't control what other people do. We can only control what we do.
Okay, but I could tell them to stop feeling their stupid human feelings because they're stupid.
You could. And at a time you will. But for now, he just needs to settle in, to feel in control of something. He's been out of control probably since he met you. And he had to walk away from everything he knew because he wanted to keep you safe. That's a sacrifice. And maybe he doesn't feel like it was appreciated, or maybe he doesn't feel like it was the right choice. But that's not on you. He needs to figure that out for himself. All you need to do is what you do. Be Willow. Be Lupus Born. Be Guru. Be honorable. Be wise. Be glorious.
You're so smart, dude. You like got the biggest brain. I don't think people appreciate how big your brain is. You're like the only person I've talked to that's not brought stupid emotions into fucking everything and made everything so fucking complicated. Like, Eliza's done a pretty good job. I will admit. She's very good. But also, everyone else has got all these feelings and all of the sad shit. Fuck that. Thank you for being normal.
All I know how to be, and I'm unwilling to change for anybody else.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Can we go kill something now?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
With that, she hops off the log and almost in mid-hop transitions into her lupus form before darting off into the woods. As you follow behind, doing the same, what's going through your mind after this conversation with Stakes?
Feeling a little more rooted in their sense of self that has been kind of in question lately because of having to remember all of the things and share all of the feelings and being human and trying to learn all of these human things and sort of realizing they had fully forgotten to just be a wolf occasionally and that was a good thing to do. And getting back speaking with someone who knows, like it's been a lot of talking to people who are people and have always been just people, and talking to someone who is as new to it or knows what it's like to be as new to it as Willow has been is really reassuring and just sort of calming and a bit of a balm to the soul.
All living things yearn for connection in some capacity, whether it's connection within themselves, whether it's connection with others, something to relate to bond to. Sometimes it's just to survive off of, in the case of bacteria. But there's a need to go outside oneself and not feeling understood, not feeling respected, not feeling appreciated. That's something more of the intelligent species fall victim to. But in the end, all of these species are just animals, just wildlife. And through their experiences or through how they were raised, it's gotten more complicated. So having someone who understands and doesn't complicate things is a beautiful thing indeed. Because we all need that connection that gets us. Or else, even in the most crowded room, we'll feel alone. And now Willow doesn't have to feel alone. We move on now to our next scene. Speaking of Quinn, let's check in with how they are doing. It's been quite the month for Quinn, maybe a couple of months. Going from being a somewhat respected member of an esteemed cairn, of a what was mistaken for strong nation, to being kind of an outcast, feeling like a fish out of water and hating every single second of it. And in that process, picking up someone that they felt depended on them, someone that they could help mold, help shape, someone to make up for past mistakes, turn around and basically, in their mind, spit in their face and tell them that they weren't helping, that they weren't teaching, that they weren't doing. It's understandable why Quinn would grow so angry, so frustrated, so distant. If they're not going to give you what you're owed, if they're not going to show you the respect you've earned, who needs them? You can keep them at an arm's length. It's safer that way anyway. So you found a place that you can be alone. A place that is a responsibility, sure, but it gets you out of that weird, almost heretical Caern. Gets you away from the Stargazer. And it allows you to feel in charge of yourself again. If you're going to have to call this your home, you're going to make sure it feels like your home. And part of that comes with marking out some territory for yourself, even if it's only in your own mind. And for the past few days, the cigar factory and the surrounding territory, a place you've been tasked with protecting and keeping an eye on as the process of Cairn building begins, has been that territory. You've tried to connect to other members in ways you know how. Delphine, you tried to make a connection there, and she acted really weird about the whole thing. Probably a prude. So, you're just going to connect to your territory. And besides, Ybor has a lot of clubs and bars. And if you're in need of a certain kind of affection or attention, you know you can get it. Yeah, that feels right. You did the job for Willow. You grabbed her, you brought her somewhere where she could learn, where she could be safe. Now you can move on to the next thing. Forget all those sad little feelings that are cropping up of feeling hurt or betrayed or insulted or missing her. We can stuff those down deep and just focus on the here and now and what we've decided to accept as our responsibility. So one day, this day, as you're moving through the abandoned factory that has become home, you've started to learn some of the fun little nooks and crannies, the hidden secrets of the place. This would be a good place for a stash behind this vent cover. This would be a good place to sleep, but still have a good acoustics of the building should anything interfere. This is a good window to get a clear view of the street in front of the door. As you're settling in, that's when an unexpected visitor arrives. A man in his early 20s comes with a toolbox and some work clothes, pretty casual. Now you know that there's supposed to be a pack meeting here tonight where they're going to talk about the Cairn and fixing it up and starting to move in and plans for Ybor and blah, 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 politics. Best thing you can probably get out of that is Delphine realizing how much she missed you too. And maybe Willow will apologize. She should. Ungrateful little pup. But as this man enters, he is surprised slightly to see anyone else there at first. But then, almost as if a bunch of things calculate in his head, he just says, "Hey, I'm Jordan. I'm here to work on the generator."
Ah, yes, good to meet you. You're Ray's friend, right?
Yeah, I'm Ray's friend. What's your name?
Quinn Kelly.
He holds out a hand with a smile as he approaches.
Quinn will match the smile and do a proper handshake.
Okay. It's firm, but not forceful. You're not trying to overbear. And besides, you've got more strength than this guy does. He's a human. If you wanted to crush him, you could, but he's Ray's friend, and Ray isn't so bad. A little bit odd, but not so bad. He was at least nice enough to make an effort to introduce you to try and get to know you. More than can be said for most of the people in this place. As he shakes your hand, he says, Quinn, good to meet you. Like I said, I'm Jordan. Well, I guess I'll get started.
Yeah, let me show you over to the machine we were looking for.
That'd be great.
Quinn will walk him over to the machine, break open the panel that he had been before, and show him the wirings.
He starts to peek his head in and look around, reaches in and touches a few things before putting some gloves on and starting to mess with some of the cables. Oh yeah, this thing is in rough shape, but I think she's got some life in her still.
Oh yeah, that's good. What have you been told so far?
Well, he looks around for a moment. You know everything, right? Like, know the deal.
One.
Oh, okay, great. Didn't want to assume, but also didn't want to. I guess they told me enough. They seem to get a little bit wishy about certain details. I don't know if they need to check with the higher ups or whatever. I don't even know, honestly, what the power structure here is, but I know that you're what you are, and I know Ray even changed to prove it, because I was a little skeptical, I'm not gonna lie, as is expected. And then they told me that a lot of the things that I thought were just stories are real, which is, not great. And as you're looking at him, roll me a wits and investigation.
Three successes.
You could tell by looking him over, especially as he's bending over into the machine and like starting to jostle some things around, he has a gun shoved into a holster in his back, and he's wearing an overshirt that seems to be covering up some bulges under his shirt. But with 3 successes, I'll say, as he moves ever so slightly, you see what looks to be a wooden tip, a pointed wooden tip sticking out from maybe like a bandolier, some suspenders that he's wearing.
Quinn will give a sly smile and says, "Oh, you've been doing some research."
Some guessing, really. I didn't get any solid evidence. I don't know if they're just worried that I'm going to do something stupid. Like, I mean, they saved my life, so I don't see any reason to be, reckless, but I'm not going to also be unprepared.
Yeah, no, that's valid. They're newer to this, so they don't really understand a lot of the context that they would need to know how to tell someone like you who is in the know what they need to know.
Would you mind helping me out? Maybe filling in some of the gaps? I mean, I heard I'm a Ghislaine? I don't even know what that means. It sounds pretentious and, Irish.
It's just a guy in the know. You just know what's up. You know about us and the other supernatural types.
Okay, so no different than any other human, just knows about stuff.
Knows about stuff. You also sometimes, some can and can't fall to some of our mental issue stuff.
Oh yeah, they said like when they changed, the reason they haven't been caught, because I asked like how has nobody learned about this? I mean, if it's so real, why is it not a thing? They said that people forget or like freak out so much they can't make it make sense in their heads.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of times, if you read reports and there's an animal attack or something that went a little too awry, that was usually one of us.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So, how did it work for you? Like, I mean, did you get bit? I asked Ray if he got bit and he said no. I'm still trying to figure out if that's a thing about all this. And like you said, it sounds like they're new. So, is that a thing? Like, if please don't, but if you were to bite me, would I become a werewolf? Oh, what is it? They said guru.
They told you the actual name?
Yeah. They said it was
Okay.
offensive to call it the other thing.
Okay. Well, no, if I bite you, it's just gonna hurt real bad.
Good to know. Yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah, no, I don't worry about that. I'm not in the bitey mood right now. But no, it's like a second puberty, honestly, where you get chosen by a higher power, and as great as that is, it comes with its downfalls.
I'm sorry, wait, higher power?
Yeah.
Like God?
Well, we call her Gaia, but yeah.
Oh, that okay. They got a little bit into the. Is it offensive to call it hippie shit?
No, it's
Okay.
hippie shit.
Yeah, they got a little into the hippie shit, but I kind of I was still all caught up in the whole werewolf of it all, so I was, but they also said something about ghosts? Maybe? That everything had a ghost?
Everything has a spirit, yes. Machines, trees, people, animals, all of that. Everything has a spirit, including this building.
Oh shit. Hey, spirit, I am just here to get this thing working. Don't mind if I touch something I'm not supposed. Oh, Spanish?
Yeah.
Oh, I should have paid more attention in high school. No habla agresivo. Amigo. This is how do you get used to this?
Over time, it becomes white noise. You get ingrained into it enough times, it just becomes, oh, this person can see those spirits. Oh, this person can talk to those spirits. Sometimes the spirits show their face. This one won't.
Do you get to still be human? Like, do you get to do human things, or is it just like werewolf business all the time? Sorry, guru business.
You can call it a werewolf, please.
Oh, okay.
I don't find it offensive, and I know
All
it's easier for saying werewolf than garu. But yeah, I mean, you can do human stuff. We can do wolf stuff too. It's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, there are definitely things we have to do and keep in line for things, but on a general basis, we can still have a form of a life.
Does seem like it'd be pretty cool to turn into a wolf and go running in the woods or something like that. But cool. Okay, so you could still like go to a concert or catch a movie or live a somewhat normal life, aside from knowing that the movie probably is a spirit and that you're sitting on a spirit and that. Oh boy. I gotta say, you sound much more confident about this than they did.
I've been doing it for the past 4 years. 5 now, actually.
Holy shit. So, were you here before they got here, or how long have you been here?
Here only what, a month or so, something like that. But no, I'm actually originally from Vermont.
Thought I heard the accent. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'm from Texas. Raymond and I both are from Texas. Then we were in Michigan for a while, and now we're here. And it was crazy.
Yeah, they were telling me that you got caught with something.
Yeah, I don't even know how to really unpack all of that. It was like exorcist level shit. They said there were banes and there was some kind of evil ghost and that I had been possessed, and I mean it made me so skinny, which I know most people would be like, oh cool, but like no, see your ribs, never. Yeah, it was crazy, but apparently they got it out of me, although some old guy died in the process, which still don't even know how to deal with that right now. But yeah, it was wild. Apparently I've been like that for a while.
And you're feeling okay now? Not feeling any residual effects?
No, actually it's good to feel full again, to be able to eat just a regular meal and feel sated, and I'm not hearing any like crazy voices or anything like that. I guess the only downside is like trying to figure out how to live normal again, or normal-ish. Like, as far as I know, my family thinks I'm dead, and I went AWOL from the service, so I can't go back and re-enlist, and I just I'm good with machines, he says, gesturing to the. I'm trying to make out some work as a handyman, and I guess now I'm trying to help you guys as much as I possibly can. Although I don't know how much help I can be, but I'm trying.
No, your help is appreciated, and I want to also make sure you know that we're not expecting it either. Like, just because
No.
you know about us, we're not expecting you to, like, be a slave to us.
Oh no, it's nothing like that. I mean, they've been really kind and sweet, and Delphine's been, he pauses for a second, really sweet. So I think it's just settling in. I want to help. I mean, they saved my life, right? And I was mad at Ray for a while, but kind of understood where he was coming from, and I just want to give back. I mean, like, this is, I guess I could have died, and this is a second chance. So if you guys have to be doing dangerous shit and trying to save Gaia, I should too, right? Like, I don't want to be part of the problem. I want to be part of the solution. I mean, that's why I went to war, is like trying to help people in bad places and, you know, trying to give back, I guess. And so I guess this is a different kind of enlisting.
Yeah, our culture is very warpathy as well, so it makes sense.
Yeah, apparently against vampires, which are also real, but I'm sure you already know that.
I do, yes, and they are a terrible, terrible creature that you should kill on sight.
Oh. Okay. I don't want to get you in any trouble or anything, but they didn't really tell me anything about that. How do I deal with a vampire or a bad werewolf? Not a good one, a bad one.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, you already have the inclination with that steak.
Oh, you saw that? Yeah, I've been really a little bit more nervous ever since they told me all this stuff was real, but okay, so stakes work.
Steaks work if you hit them in the heart.
Okay.
Cutting off their head usually works too. Fire works real well.
Oh, okay. Good to know. And they can't go out in the sun or anything, right? Like, that's all true. They told me a bunch
Yeah,
of
as
the
far as
stuff
I
in
know, yeah.
books and movies is lies, so I wasn't sure what was true and what wasn't.
It's here nor there. Some of it is true, some of it isn't.
Okay. All right. And what about werewolves?
Well, fire again. Fire works with mostly anything, although it's less effective on our type. We're prone to rampaging through anything anyways, especially if we're kind of out of our minds.
That happens? Like, I'd seen
yeah.
it in movies where they're like, angry and murdery. So that happens too.
Yeah, that's very accurate actually. Those movies got it pretty dead to rights on that one.
Oh, okay. Do you have a way to stop it?
We have a few things. We have gifts given to us by Gaia and other spirits that allow us to either tamper things down or just kind of try to cool our heels, honestly.
I'm sorry, gifts?
Yeah, little gimmies.
Like presents? Like an item or, I don't know, a
No,
Flintstones chewable that you can take? Oh. Just turning into a werewolf isn't it? Like being...
No, we got a lot more tricks up our sleeve.
Good. Okay. Well, I'm not going to ask you to like show me something. That's just really interesting. Okay. I mean, okay, so they did this seance ritual exorcism thing with like candles and salt and all kinds, like real the craft stuff. I know my references are dated. I haven't been in media for years now. Is that part of it, or is that something else that they did?
I mean, that is one part of it for sure. We have many ritual type things that we do for different things. I don't know. I assume it was probably trying to get that bane out of you. But there are other rituals we do where, like, sometimes it's just helping you find people.
Like any people or specific people?
Well, for me, it's specific people. I'm kind of like a mentor in that way. I help find the people who are about to change, and I inform them about what's gonna kind of happen and guide them to it. Very similar to what I'm doing with you. I'm just like telling you how it's gonna be.
Well, mentor, Raymond and Delphine need a lot of help in how to explain this stuff. So if you could do that for them, that'd be great, because it was very much like they didn't even know what they were saying.
It's good to know. I appreciate that.
So how are you liking it here? I've been here, I guess, about a year now, although I was in a house for most of it. How are you liking it being here?
I mean, it's a place to be. It's a nice home. It's quaint. I've been kind of squatting here at the cigar factory, if I'm honest, for a while, because we're going to be, making this our space.
Oh, so that makes sense why I'm fixing it up and everything. Yeah. Why a cigar factory? That's shouldn't you be, I don't know, in the woods with huts or dens or something?
Gross. No, not all.
I was gonna
wolves
say,
are like
I don't know
that.
how it helped there, because I'd hate it. But okay. Sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
No, you're perfectly fine. No, so there's some form of a power that's in this building that the spirit wants us to fix to make it kind of like a sanctuary for us.
Okay. All right. Oh, that's the what is they call it? Cairns.
They used the name?
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Yes, it is the Caern. But yeah, so that's what that is. But no, we're not always in the woods. Quite often we're in either cities or woods. Sometimes some real creepy places too.
Oh, okay. So you guys are kind of everywhere. It's not just like a local thing. I mean, you said you're from Vermont, so how many? Okay, rough estimate. How many of you are there?
Well, to be fair, it's dwindling a little bit, but there's...
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, we're having some problems with finding new ones, unfortunately. But that's what I'm here for, or was here for.
What do you mean was?
Yeah, little twist of mine. That's all. It's not anything important, really.
Are there none to find, or are you just not allowed to find them?
Well, currently I'm working on finding them.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if you can do it, right? Like, if there's so few of them, why not find them and get them together?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's some other bad Garu that are kind of getting in our way. Sorry, werewolves that are getting in our way.
Oh shit, there's bad ones here?
Yes.
Why wouldn't they tell me?
I don't know. But if you would like to, if anyone ever spouts anything about Fenris.
Isn't that like Viking?
No, that's Fenrir.
Oh, okay. Fenris. Okay. So they're the bad ones.
Yes, they're technically a cult, actually.
Oh, wow. As if being a werewolf wasn't enough, you also have cults. Great. Okay. So, okay. Is silver a thing?
For some.
Okay.
Depends on the werewolf.
Okay, cool. Cool. But fire helps, sort of.
In a pinch, for sure. Like I said, if you got a werewolf that is rampaging, your best bet is to run.
Is there a way? Okay. I was in the military. I try to think ahead about all the possible tactics. If, like, someone like you were to get all rampagey, is there a way I can help you without hurting? Like, help you, like, cool down? Because I don't have gifts or anything, but, like, I don't also want to be torn apart over a misunderstanding.
That is a tough one. I mean, you can always try to talk them down, but you might be able to talk Ray down because you have a bond, but anyone else, I don't really know if that would work. Best way to do it is incapacitate the individual.
And there's a way to do that without killing them?
Yeah, I mean, just get them unconscious somehow. A lot of times it's a little bit of a beat down, but it's worth it in the end to keep them alive.
Okay, yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't want to hurt anyone if I don't have to. I want to be prepared to help to stop them from doing something that would get them hurt, I guess, is my hope. I don't know. Like I said, I feel like I owe them, and I guess also you, because you guys are fighting the good fight, and they saved my life, and if I can be helpful, I want to be helpful, even if it's helping you from yourself.
That's much appreciated. No, I don't expect you to owe anything of anyone. You got thrusted upon this. It's not your fault.
From the sounds of it, so did all of you. Like, you guys didn't choose this, right? It's not like something you could sign up for. It's just something that happens.
Yeah, but some of us are quite grateful to be chosen, actually.
I could see that. I guess it's like, if you like responsibility, and if you want to do good things, it seems like it'd be right for you. But I know not everybody's cut out for that.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Okay. What do you know about some werewolf in a suit? He drove by my house a bunch of times and still does.
Yeah, he's gonna do that for the rest of your life.
Oh,
His name's
Cool.
Charles.
that sounds like a name that guy would have. I was calling him Chauncey to myself for the longest time, but what's the deal with that? Like, I see you seem like somebody who seems comfortable and would fit in the whole werewolf idea, and Ray and Delphine, obviously, but that guy looks, I mean, I thought he was a vampire. I really did. Once I heard vampires were real, and then they're like, no, he's one of ours, blah, blah, blah. But like, how does that work? I mean, is it like all shapes and sizes and walks of life for you guys, or is there like a type?
It's all different types of shapes and sizes. His is a special kind of a breed that are kind of just pompous assholes. A lot of blondes, too.
Wow. Okay. So if I meet any other suited werewolves and pompous assholes, I can just assume they're part of that type of werewolf?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it a prerequisite to be blonde?
You know, at this time, I think so, because I've met
Oh.
quite a few who have been.
Okay. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I mean, I know it's a lot to ask to be told about all this, and I promise I'll keep it secret. I know that's important that I can't go talking about it, but I got so many questions, and I was overwhelmed the first talking about this, but I've been trying to think about other things I could ask after that, because I don't want to make a mistake if I can avoid it. I want to be out of the way, but I want to be helpful, I guess. And I don't want you guys to think of me as a liability. I was a liability for a couple of years. I don't need to do that anymore. I need to stand up and live again.
Sure, yeah. If you got any other questions or anything, just, come let me know here. And he'll pull out his phone to give to Jordan. Put your number in there and
Oh,
we can
yeah.
connect.
Yeah, for sure. He types in the number and then sends himself a text from your phone before handing it back. I really appreciate it. It's crazy, and I don't mean that as a bad thing. It's a wild thing that all this turned out to be, and I don't even know why I'm telling you this, but when all of it was going on, I thought the best thing Ray could do was put me out of my misery. And now the more I'm learning and the more I'm seeing, the more I'm kind of glad he didn't, because I feel kind of cool, I guess, being in the know, being in the like cool wolves club. I feel a little inadequate, but cool nonetheless.
I appreciate you helping us out. It's a good thing, and I'm glad that you stayed alive too. It's always sad to lose people we care about.
Yeah, it sounds like I shouldn't have, but I did. So I'm gonna make sure I pay it back however I can. Speaking of which, I should get back to this.
Yeah, they should be coming around soon anyway, so they'll probably have some more information for you.
You're a cool guy, Quinn. I appreciate you a lot.
It's nice meeting you, Jordan.
And with that, he starts getting out a ratchet and working on the machine. What are your feelings and thoughts having met Jordan for the first time?
Quinn likes Jordan. I think Jordan has a good head on his shoulders. He's new to all of this. He's just being thrusted into all of this, so Quinn understands that he's probably not in a good mindset to really take in a lot of this information, but knows that he's probably grateful for it. And it's probably better to get a good bond with him before he becomes something worse than a Ghislaine.
Truth is a remarkable thing. We're all searching for it constantly. We always want to know, especially when it comes to the unknown. But when you find out that the things you've been taught to fear, things that have been used as forms of horror, framed as monsters, and then being told otherwise. Not only that they're real, but that they're the people you know, you connect with, you care about. Does have a tendency to make those that aren't feel lesser. If there's one thing to be said about humans, especially American humans, they don't want to be lesser to anyone. So better the enemy you know than the enemy you don't. With that, we transition to our final scene of tonight's story as the pack arrives at their soon-to-be cairn to discuss the future. As day turns to dusk, the pack arrives at the cigar factory, one by one, or in small groups, to get together for their assigned get-together to process everything that's happened, to decide what comes next, to prepare. And what better place to have such a meeting than what could very well be their home? So as you all arrive, you find Quinn and Jordan in the factory itself. Jordan hard at work on the generator, looking like he's taking a break, stopping to have a bottle of water. You can see that there's some grease stains on his shirt, that he's been sweating. The area looks like it's been tended to, cleaned up a little bit more from the more frequent visitors who've been coming to the area for a while. And it looks still a lot more secure. There's still the fence surrounding the building, but you guys have found a way to access it. Maybe either breaking off and replacing the lock on the fence so that you can get in when you need to. And ownership of the building is in the process of being transferred through Charles and all of his property connections. But as you arrive, go ahead and describe your entrance, and the scene is yours.
Delphine likely is arriving first because she is one of those people that on time is late and early is on time. So she'll have arrived probably with a few like drinks and some snacks, so that way while everyone was talking they could like have something to munch on or sip on. No alcohol though, because she doesn't want to go inside any liquor area. And she'll be surprised to see Jordan already there. And she'll look between him and Quinn and just, Jordan, I thought you were gonna be coming with Ray.
I'm sorry. I thought I could head over and get started on this early so that it could be, I don't know, hopefully done by the time you got here, but I still got a couple more things to do.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. You met Quinn already. That's awesome too.
Yeah, Quinn was very nice and welcomed me in, and we've just been chatting.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Quinn.
Anytime.
And she'll put stuff down, point out like the drinks and the snacks and everything to Quinn and Jordan, and then just be patiently waiting.
Willow will come in soon after, carrying the last of the sodas and things, because Delphine was most likely there right here, but is seemingly not wearing the hoodie that they always wear, is wearing a bright orange tank top with flames all over it and wraps all over the scars on their arms. The hoodie nowhere to be seen. As they walk in, just sort of put the drinks down and sort of post up against a wall, saying nothing, looking at no one.
At that point, Ray would walk in probably a couple minutes later, looking around, seeing everyone in turn, and then seeing Jordan already there. Walk over, you didn't want to shoot me a text or something? Let me know that you were heading over early. I was kind of waiting.
I'm sorry, bud. I meant to. I was hoping to have a surprise ready for all of you by getting this thing fixed, but here you all are, early birds.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not early, then you're not on time. So, if
You take the
close to
man
me
out of the
done-
military.
Right. If you're close to me and done, if you need a hand, I can help you. Maybe speed up a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Quinn's been really helpful, just keeping me company and pitching in when I need it. But actually, you've got the perfect strength for this. And he points to something inside the machine before leaning back in there. And you assist him by holding a ratchet in place while he uses a wrench to screw something on.
I mean, I do have that point in craft, so if it does help him, like
Yeah, it will.
refix this, I'll help him out.
Forge will specifically be late, not just on time late, but late, as he went to grab some tacos from just a couple of buildings down before entering in, taking his time to eat some of them before walking in. As he dressed casually, he looked like he's taking a little bit better care of himself now, not as just utterly depressed and void of emotions. You see he's still eating a taco as he notices the free food, eyes widen a little bit and looks around. Oh, I didn't know we were getting free food. Why didn't you could put it in a text or something?
It's not food, it's just like chips and water and stuff. So it's not actually like filling. You brought food, but I assume those are yours.
The last taco he has in his hand, he looks down, he just takes a large bite out of, nods, and walks over.
At this point, Terrence and Stakes have also arrived, and as you're eating the tacos, Forged, Terrence calls over and goes, "Did you get that from Senor Tacos?"
I mean, yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, I just down the street, a couple buildings down. I just thought on my way in, and I figured I'd grab some. Nothing too much crazy going on today, right?
My man. Oh, shit. Remind me to introduce you to the meat hurricane at one point. But anyway.
Meat hurricane?
Yeah, it's like a gigantic burrito. Probably the best in the city. You can only get it from a food truck. It's amazing.
Okay. I think this is everyone, though. I think so I think just Willow and Terrence. This is Jordan. He's Ghislaine that will be working with us on fixing up the generator.
Hey guys, like Delphine said, I'm Jordan. I am a Ghislaine, and I am here to help fix all the things. He looks over to Ray and Quinn. All of them are.
And at that, Willow's gonna get really close to him and just sort of start sniffing the air around him just to get his scent, and just sort of stares at him and sort of tilts her head before going back to her wall and just posting back up like nothing happened.
He smells like oil and almost like a burning smell, and wires and just all the Weaver dust, dirt.
Oh yeah, then he totally gets a squinched up ick face before they will go back to their corner and just sort of sit and observe.
After that, Ray will look at Jordan and just nod.
Okay.
She'll gesture around to the building. As run down as it is, there's probably bricks, dust everywhere, graffiti all over the exterior, and a rusty chain link fence. And she'll just look around it with a little bit of an excitement in her eye, and she'll just say, "So this is it?" This is the site.
Cool.
Terrence speaks up and says it has good bones. I've come by a few times. It's good, centrally located. Pretty much the heart of Ybor. You got good East Coast roots here. I think this is smart.
But since we are here, we're working on getting the rights to be here, because currently we are technically trespassing. So we don't own it quite yet, but Charles is working on it, and in a couple months I will have funding to either pay him back or cover this.
Stakes lets out a powerful, abrasive sneeze that goes, is it always going to be a shithole?
No, that's actually something that we need to discuss. I did I learned the right from Eliza, but there's a lot of work that needs to actually be done before we can even open the cairn. We've got to entreat with the local spirits. We've got to clean up the place. We got to replace, but restore existing structure and make it stronger than it was before. Clear out any decay, that stuff.
There's also no green here. Do we need it to not have green here? Because I'm not okay with it not being green here. I would like green, please.
I actually agree with you, Willow. We do need some green. I was thinking the parking lot, we could just turn that into like a big garden.
Oh, speaking of which, Jordan says, I've started making a handyman fix-it list of things that are probably needed for the structure itself, new panes of glass, that kind of stuff. You're going to want to replace the locks on the doors and windows, but I've got a list going. I'm happy to start putting that stuff together. Just need some money.
Yeah, we need to work on, we're working, trust me, Jordan, we're working on that. Like, some windows completely are missing. And she'll gesture to one of the obviously broken windows.
Oh yeah, that's not going to be cheap.
No, and like I said, I do have some funds coming in. My parents did leave me some money when they passed away, and there's a lot of red tape involved with wills, but in a couple months I should have the money to cover this all.
Well, don't worry, I won't charge you for labor. And he gives you a wink.
She gives him a serious look, actually. She's like, no, you're going to get paid for your work because you are working. You deserve to get compensated for the work you're doing here, Jordan.
Being alive isn't enough? Got it. Sure. Okay. I will take the money, I guess.
It's hard work, so you deserve some compensation.
Sounds like you guys are doing the real hard work, but any way I can help, you just let me know.
Yeah, just take the money.
Okay, all right, fine. Just trying to be... stop.
I can supplement the money until Delphine gets the money.
Okay, then yeah, maybe we can go shopping.
I'd like that.
Where do you get money from? What the fuck do you
I
do?
have a job.
You have a job? How long you been down here? It's only been like a month. You already got a job?
Yeah, because I know how to get a job.
Terrence walks over to Willow and says, make sure we get some green on the inside too. There's some good plants that grow in buildings like this in an urban environment. And actually, if there's roof access, we could probably do a garden up on the roof too.
Yes, grass. Need grass desperately. Yeah,
I'll make sure we got a training ring up
Concrete.
there.
please.
Speaking of roof access, have you gone around and looked through this whole place and seen what was left, what, past tenants used this place for, anything like that?
Honestly, this was just a cigar rolling factory. Like, for a closed down, it was built in the early 1900s, from what I read. And then capitalism, the economy, there's like only that one cigar factory a few blocks down that's still up and running, and I think it's on what drove this one ultimately out of business. But it's been like this, abandoned for a couple of decades, from what I understand. And it's been on the market, just no one's been willing to buy it.
Yeah, I've been to pretty much every floor on here, and it's pretty much just that. It's just an old cigar factory with some graffiti. Some kids probably came in here and had some row.
Dirty mattress a couple blocks away. I wouldn't doubt if it was in here at some point.
I still would probably want to take a look around just to see if I can find anything.
Yeah, no, for sure. You're probably way better at that kind of stuff than I am. But I thought we could all just like start working together on getting the place cleaned up a bit, at least internally, until we can officially be here without trespassing, because I doubt we can replace the chain link fence outside without anyone just being like, what are you kids doing out here?
That's fair.
We could steal some contractor work outfits and pretend to be contractors.
That sounds like a whole lot of effort, though. Like, we could just be kind of sneaky about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to go like crazy with repairs or fixes. We can clean up one floor at a time until we actually own the building, and then we can actually start repairing and replacing things we need to replace.
One thing that we definitely need to do, though, is entreat with the spirits. That's something that myself, Terrence, and she'll look at Willow, and Willow will be also joining in on that, but all of us should be making an effort to. Maybe one day we can all just go into the Umbra and talk to the main spirit here, and she'll think about it and realize that she hasn't activated her penumbral senses, but also doesn't want to be rude to the packmates who don't have the ability in this moment. There is a spirit here. It's like a little supervisor almost, but he has a clock face and a brick body but rebar legs, and he speaks Spanish.
If I can, I'd like Willow to activate penumbral senses.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and spend the willpower and then make the roll.
I will pull out my fancy new glasses and put them on and spend the willpower to do that.
Okay. All right, what'd you get, Willow?
4 successes.
Okay, good enough. So as your eyes kind of glaze over and transition like a photo negative on top of a photo, you see the inside of the factory, which looks like it has been completely covered in the biggest, largest spider webs you've ever seen. Now, if you've looked through the Umbra in other circumstances, you would have seen structures like that. It's just a sign of the Weaver and the Weaver spirits that help create these kinds of buildings. Although this one looks a little bit worse for wear. Some of the strands have broken and are just kind of hanging loosely. But over where the generator is, this big metal box, there is a soft glow coming from inside the generator, and you actually do see the creature as described. A clock-faced, mechanical-looking spider thing with a kind of cinder block chest and brick thorax and large rebar legs, and a couple of those legs have like claws on the end of them, and it is positioned over the box, bouncing up and down on its little legs, just like very, very excitedly. It's only about maybe 2 feet tall, so it's pretty miniature in comparison to some other spirits you've met, but it is very much interested in everything that's happening here and is looking around. A little like flashlight attached to the side of its head is just like illuminating as it looks around. You can see a little bit of a crack in its clock face as if it's been a while. But yeah, that's what you see.
Willow will immediately go over, pull out like a sticker covered rock, and just place it in front of the creature, and then hands up and just sort of back up.
It scrambles over to the rock and then tries to reach with the claw towards it, but just ends up grabbing nothing because it is in the Umbra and you are here. But then it just bounces up and down excitedly.
Oh, it is very cute. Oh, that is good. Oh, I do like it. Oh, hello.
Jordan, at this point, looks to Delphine and everyone else. Can I do the thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Is it ready?
I think just one more twist here should do it. That he has Ray assist him, holding something into place, and as he cranks a few times on the ratchet, he then moves and puts two cords together, one of them looking a little older and faded as if it was part of the original design, another one looking like a replacement that he'd brought with him. And as he plugs it in, you start to hear a static crackling, all of you. And as you look to the source of the crackling, you see those loudspeakers that factories often have up in the corner of the building crackle on. You see some of the dim light bulbs turn on as the power is restored to the factory. And then you hear, Fiato! Fiato!
Delphine will look to the speakers and she will look at Willow because she acknowledges that when Willow was able to see it, so she now knows that she can use penumbral senses as well. And just ask her, did it speak? Was that him?
Did he light up in any way?
You can see that he is excitedly bouncing up and down and crawling over the machine, even going inside of it and then coming back out again.
Oh, it is very excited. Oh, he likes the thing that you all did. I don't know if the sounds are it, but it's very happy, clearly. It is full of joy and exuberance, climbing all over the machine.
Lo reparaste! Which, for those who speak Spanish, is you fixed it.
Delphine will smile and still not activating penumbral senses, but she will just speak in general, knowing the spirit will hear her. And she'll just say in Spanish, we would like to help you make this place what it once was. If you were agreeable to it, we would like to open a cairn here.
Sí. Mañana?
Tomorrow's a little early, but we can start working on it tomorrow, and eventually, once everything's prepared, we can do the rite. Would you be okay with us calling this place our home? One that we would share, of course, with you.
Mi casa es tu casa.
Delphine will smile and look at the rest of the pack. Well, he's for it. She'll look to the pack. She's just like trying to gauge who speaks Spanish. Just show of hands.
Ray will raise
that?
his hand.
Good. And she'll look to Willow and just explain. Spanish is another way that we can communicate in another language.
There's more than one?
There's a
How?
lot.
It's hard
There's a
enough
lot.
for me to...
You don't need to learn Spanish if you do not want to. But if
I
you
have
would like,
to, because I gotta talk to this little guy, because he's awesome.
then
and
I would
he's
be
great.
happy to teach you Spanish.
Terrence also raised his hand. Stakes just grumbles. I fucking hate speaking English already.
Right? Yes.
Forge just shrugs.
But while we are here, guys, I did want to talk to you about something else. And she'll like fiddle with the edges of her sleeves and then just look at everyone. I haven't done this before. This leading thing, opening a Caern thing, and it's a lot. And I'm trying, and I'm going to make mistakes, and I'm going to stumble, and I'm going to have bad moments where I make a decision that could be that you don't like, one that you don't like. But I'm going to try, and I'm gonna try to do better. I don't want what happened to Juniper to happen again, but I also know I can't prevent it.
The loudspeaker crackles again as you hear, "Puedes hacerlo, amiga." Which means, you can do it, friend.
Forge, like, right now has his hand in his pockets as he looks around awkwardly for a few moments before he'll say, "Look, I mean, all we can ask from you is your best, you know? You know, I'll tell you if I don't agree with some bullshit you're doing, or if I think you're making a wrong decision, but you know I'll stand by you. And don't go thinking or blaming yourself or trying to put any of what happened to Juniper on yourself."
Being a leader and leading anyone is always difficult. And like you said, you're going to make mistakes, you're going to stumble, but that's why the people under you are always there to kind of help. So we're here to help when you stumble and you think you've made a mistake. We're here to support you.
She'll look at Ray and she will look down for a moment and then take a deep breath and just look up to him again. Sorry. I didn't understand fully.
You know the saying, walk a mile in someone else's shoes. You're never really going to know how someone has it or the responsibility they carry until you do it yourself.
I'm starting to get that now.
Yeah, I mean, I always say that it's better to, if you ever have any weird decisions or you're not sure about a decision, just know that I fully support you. It's always better to do some, kind of stupid or fucked up with your friends and your pack mates.
That's why I always said do the buddy system.
That's staying. She'll point to Ray and look at everyone else. That's staying, by the way. Because he was right about that buddy system.
Like all the time, or just missions? Like
All
buddy system?
for werewolf stuff, guru stuff.
Okay, but what if I don't wanna because of reasons? Like I don't know that I need a buddy all the time. Like when
It's
you're going to
there
the
in-
bathroom, you don't need a buddy when you're going to the bathroom.
No. I mean for like if you're going out on patrol or like
Oh yeah, obviously. Duh.
if you can go to the
Strength in
bathroom
numbers.
by yourself, but like don't go out doing stuff for the Sept or the pack or the Caern by yourself.
At least one can hope Willow can.
Hey, asshole, watch it.
There's just a look of kind of like how Willow, like it's just a kind of look of amusement, just looking over like, what? What?
You're
But he's
being an
just-
asshole, and you can shove it, shithead.
Stakes pushes up and holds up a hand towards Willow. I think that's enough. He gets the point. Anyway,
And she immediately goes back to happy faces. Oh yeah, sure. Okay, cool.
making it Cairn's a big deal. I think this is no surprise to anybody who's been around the block a few times or around the nation, even hearing what the elders of this sept have said. When you build a cairn, it's more than just saying a few pretty words, holding hands, murmuring the right things, and putting power into the place. It's not like flipping on a switch. You're going to do this. You are investing a part of yourself into it. You are connecting, not in a crazy long-term way like they have at that other place, but it becomes a part of you just as you become a part of it. It's going to be a home for spirits, but it's also going to be your home. So if you're not serious about this, you're not committed to this, don't fucking bother. But if this is for real, if this is what you guys want to do, you know I support you 100%, and I'll be here to help build it, and I'll be here to fucking dust or whatever, but don't go in half-assed. Go in whole-assed, or don't go in at all.
I think this is something that we need to do, but also that I honestly believe that we can do it.
I mean, if we were able to kill vampire fungus monsters and take out a whole Pentex building, I think making a cairn should be pretty easy. I mean, it should be not too hard to create something out, you know. If you've destroyed a bunch of stuff, creating shouldn't be half as hard.
Actually, compared to fighting, creation is a lot harder. And this is going to be one of the hardest things we do. There's a lot that goes into this, and we all have to put our all into it to make it successful.
Terrence speaks up and says, yeah, I was part of the building of their first cairn, and probably going to be some fighting involved. The opening of a cairn brings banes and attracts spirits, both malevolent and otherwise, which is why, as Delphine said, we have to endear ourselves to the spirits so that they aren't just annoyed by such a place being created. It'll feel like an intrusion. Don't forget, cairns are making a mark both here and over on their side of things, which is why part of the preparation is welcoming spirits into it, making it feel like it's their home, creating domiciles for them on this side of things. But yeah, you're in for a fight, and you're going to have banes messing with you, trying to disrupt the ritual, trying to get in your heads, trying to... It's no small thing. I was pretty new when I had to do it, and it was terrifying.
But that being said, I do encourage everyone to explore the place, learn the place. If you can speak to spirits, speak to them. The community is just as and get to know the community around it, because they're as much a part of this and part of what we're protecting as much as the spirits and ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone needs any tours or, you know, talk about people around here, you can talk to me. I know I spent a good amount of time here, know a fair bit of people, and I mean, mostly the day-to-day people, not like the rich scumbags running around that occasionally throw a bunch of money around.
Yeah, I gotta say, Terrence says, the vibe in Ybor feels a lot less douchey lately.
But like I said, but also like I mentioned last time, keep in mind that that castle place is really close by, so be careful of vampires.
We are only a few blocks away from their territory.
Yeah.
So we got to be extra careful.
maybe we have to do buddy system when going to Ybor at night. That like a whole thing we're about to do here.
Well, I would prefer the buddy system if we're going anywhere near the castle, but definitely if you're going into the castle, wear your bracelet.
Oh man, Ray, you hear that? We're gonna need to be. I need a buddy to go with me to the castle and all the other places to do my job. I think you're gonna have to come with me. You know, go all these clubs and places because you know we gotta do sheepwolf duties for the Caern. I need a buddy.
You don't have to wear the bracelet so long as you're not going into the actual lines for the vampire's territory, but if you're anywhere inside the territory, please put those on or else the treaty's broken. If they find out.
Fair. But yeah, if you need a buddy, Forge, yeah, let me know.
Oh, and also, if it's outside of the territory and it messes with you, go ahead and kill it.
Like a little bit of a conflicted look on Forge's face for like a split second, and then just kind of goes away. Like, yeah, we can just be able to deal with anything like that.
Just don't forget the veil. This isn't like the other Cairn. This isn't even like hell. We had a lot of cover in hell. We had a lot of goodwill invested into the community in hell. And we had nature all around us. You don't have that here, it says. You have a lot of looking eyes, a lot of potentials for breach. Don't make that mistake. You come across a leech, try to get them somewhere private, out of eyesight. Try to make it quick and quiet. Because if they find out, or if word gets out, not only will this Cairn be forfeit, this entire city might be forfeit.
If you feel like you failed in keeping it quiet and secret, and you may have gotten caught in some way, shape, or form, I can try to help out. I'm going to form that right and try to make sure the evidence is wiped clean. But if it's the vampires that find out, the leeches find out, that's a different story.
Yeah, everything has a fucking camera these days.
And if you can text me to and we designate a location if it's coming after you and you need it to be quiet, just let me know. I can make that alley extremely silent.
Question.
Go ahead.
How are we gonna hunt here? There's no hunting space here, and I've been told that the chickens are off limits. So how does one hunt here?
Ideally, unfortunately, if like the chickens are protected under this, so ideally not them, but there's rats and stuff. But
I mean, probably not kill the rats. Avoid that if you could.
right.
Besides, they're only protected if you get caught. Stakes says with a grimace, like a grin.
Selfie's gonna look at Stakes and just narrow her eyes and like, you ate a chicken already, didn't you?
Every time I've been here.
Hell yeah.
Just don't get caught doing anything to the chickens.
Maybe we can start a coop or something here as well to breed them. I don't know what the eggs are so expensive these days.
How would you know? You don't pay for anything.
I hear them bitching about it.
Guys, this is something that can be good for us. I think we can do some good here.
The city needs it, Terrence says. I mean, the elders have done a lot of good here, but they've only scratched the surface. This is a big city with a lot of problems and a lot of people. And if this is a chance to, help or to take some ownership over it, get invested in it, I'm all for it. Tampa's been my home. I was born and raised here, so I'm 100% in on whatever happens, but I think it's a good idea and a good opportunity. I think that we'd be fools to just take it for granted.
I agree. I think we can do good here, but I also think it's a good idea to maybe go out on our own and kind of do something that's our own. I think that's going to be a good thing for us.
What do you mean by that? Like, out on our own, like, hobby? Out on our own Cairn work? Like, what exactly does that mean?
Stakes speaks up. He means moving out of mom and dad's house.
Getting a job.
Getting a job or getting income? I can get income.
Paying rent.
I can do that.
Because we need to, she'll gesture out the window to some of the those houses on the same block. We need some place to stay while this is a big project. This is not going to be something we can live in immediately. Like,
I mean,
we could, but some of us, yes, you definitely can, but some of us, unfortunately, are reliant on beds and air conditioning.
At the mention of getting a job, Stakes looks over at Willow and shakes her head, going, nah.
Looks back at Stakes and is like 100%. No.
I will say that when she said getting a job, she was specifically looking at Forged.
We can stay here, but I think it'd be good if we spend a little bit more time in the woods first, Willow, but then we'll come to find a little place to build something.
Because, like, I could stay multiple nights here. If no one's around or going to come looking, I could explore and look for more spirits in the building at least without getting noticed pretty easily. And I think that would be fun to do. So I would like to do that if that's a thing to do.
I'm actually going to be staying here most of the time too. I've stayed in worse conditions, Terrence says. It shouldn't be too much of a problem, and I think it'd be good to have a constant presence, especially on the spiritual side of things, so I can get to know Supervisor better.
And buddy system looks directly at Quinn. Buddy system! And just goes and stands right next to Terrence.
Okay, well, I've been squatting here this whole time, so really, who's the better one here?
We do appreciate you watching the place, too, Quinn.
Of course.
And I'm sorry about the other night with the stare down, too, by the way. I just felt... She hesitates a little bit and just wasn't expecting the news about Juniper, and it was just a lot.
Yeah, I apologize. I was out of line. I should have been more understanding in the situation that was happening.
Sound like a semi-functional pack at this point.
Well, we gotta try, because pretty sure Terrence has heard some horror stories.
I mean, nothing too bad.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
I am also going to insight check the shit out of that.
I'll do it too. Why not? We're all in it.
As with Quinn.
Jesus.
I don't believe it.
Look, I already know half the stories are about me already, alright? Only 2 successes, I trust. Yeah, that's fine.
3 successes, dispense willpower.
4 successes.
Four successes as well.
He is being generously optimistic and framing it in a way that he is not entirely lying, but you can tell that he is putting a lot of work into it.
She looks at Terrence and then looks at the pack. We're rebranding.
Well, that all being said, who's up for a sleepover?
Yes, and immediately like runs around the building, like upstairs and stuff. I'm looking for everything.
I think tonight I'll pass. Actually, I'm gonna do some patrolling around Ybor. Then I'm gonna go back to the other house.
Terrence looks to Raymond. Mind giving me a lift so I can go pick up a couple of air mattresses and some sleeping bags and stuff?
Yeah, I can help you out with that.
Cool.
I'm probably going to stay too, because I want to take a good look around.
Delphine will look at Jordan and just expectantly like, you're staying too, right?
I mean, yeah. I can if I'm invited.
Yeah.
Cool. Well then I will also run out with Ray and grab some food and some snacks, and we'll get some of the repair stuff to bring here. So, as you all go your separate ways, some of you investigating the building, others going to get supplies, this is where our story comes to a close. The future can be bright if you let it. It can be full of possibilities. Building something new isn't just a physical act, isn't just a spiritual act, but it's an emotional act. You emotionally invest in this thing you've created. You can bond with others over creating it together. At what point does a house become a home? At the point that you decide it is. This cairn is your home. You don't need permits or paperwork to make it that. You don't need fixed windows or working machines. You just need a mindset, a decision, a declaration to make it be. You just need confidence. Because as many hits as you take, as many losses as you suffer, whether it's a packmate or a loss of hope or a loss of family, a mindset, a decision, confidence can make carrying the weight of those things so much easier, especially when you don't have to do it alone. This is where our story comes to a close, but not without one last scene. Our final scene takes us to the streets of Ybor City. Crowds are walking up and down the sidewalks on a very busy weekend night. Cars are lining the streets as the traffic builds up more and more as people take their Ubers or their Lyfts to go to their various destinations, or if they're just doing the terrible task of trying to find parking on a very, very crowded evening. As everyone moves up and down the streets, the crowds seem to unknowingly separate, unaware of where or what is passing by them. Because in the midst of this throng of people passing through it, a large black wolf with glowing red eyes stalks down the sidewalk, investigating, smelling, hunting. This is where our story comes to a close. Thank you to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed down below. and sign up to become a Ko-fi member, where for as low as $5 a month, you can get access to all kinds of behind-the-scenes features, including the Rosebud Thorns for this very session and much, much more. This week, we have a new episode of Red Tide Rising, our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle, on Sunday. And then on Tuesday, we'll be back with another episode of Rage Across Tampa. And then next Friday, of course, you can see the next chapter of what happens to this very pack on Hellhounds. So join us for all that and much more. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production, produced in agreement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pack. Visit our website at stpetebynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening, and until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.